Order à l'ordre. The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning. Bonjour. Okay, are we ready to proceed?
We are.
Council?
Superintendent Bernier, please.
Morning.
Good morning, Superintendent.
Morning, sir.
You recall that we ended yesterday by talking about your priorities on February 11th as you embarked on what you described as a reset. And you made new mission statement, clarify the command and control structure, and you presented that plan to the executive team, right?
That is correct.
So I'd like to take you now to your efforts to further integrate that plan with the OPP and the RCMP. You explained to us yesterday that the chart, the plan chart, had OPS at the top because it was integrated but not fully unified. It was not a unified command. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
And by unified command, I took it that you were referring to unified with the OPP and the RCMP.
That is correct.
Now, you talked to us about when they first came to Ottawa to assist the OPS back on the 8th of February.
I was not aware that they were in town at that particular time.
Okay, so let me take you to some notes that may refresh your memory. Could we go to OPS 408420, please? So stay at this page. You see that this is dated February the 8th. The incident commander is you. And then if we go to page 4, please. If we go down to 1329, do you see an exchange recorded between Palma and yourself? Who's Palma?
Inspector Palmer. She was the inspector who I was working jointly with in the Service Command Center.
Right. So there's a notation from her to you that outside agencies who are attending to assist are requesting to have OPS operational plans ahead of attending. And you spoke a little bit about your involvement in trying to gather all the various plans in order to assist in that process yesterday, right?
From my experience, I had an appreciation that if outside agencies were coming, they would be requesting to see the plans.
So were you aware that this group, these outside agencies, were coming to Ottawa as of the 8th?
Outside agencies refers to all the different police agencies that were already assisting us in town, including the OPP and the RCMP, as well as other municipal services that were in town. I did not know that we were talking about an integrated planning cell.
Ah, I see. So if I take you now to your summary, the witness summary.
Yes.
At page 16, please. Okay, so this is the paragraph at which you describe how you first came to know of this particular group's existence. On February 12, OPP Chief Superintendent Carson Party and RCMP Superintendent Phil Liu phoned Superintendent Bernier and informed him that an OPP RCMP integrated planning team was in Ottawa to assist. Superintendent Bernier learned from them that the integrated planning team had been in Ottawa since February 8th, was based at RCMP's National Operations Center, and was assisting OPS to develop operational plans. Superintendent Bernier was surprised to learn of the integrated planning team's existence. So were you surprised because on the 8th, you were aware only of some outside agencies coming to assist, and you didn't connect that group with the integrated planning team until you made contact with Party and Liu on the 12th?
That's correct.
All right. So if I could take you now to another document, OPS 30100371. So these are, again, scribe notes, I take it, and you are now the event commander designated with EC. If we go to page 11, please. So this is dated February the 12th. If we go to 11:58, we see it on the screen. There was a call between you and RCMP Officer Liu. Said, slide up prepared by Darwin. Understand NOC stood up. What you're proposing is what we're doing here. You would be able to give situational awareness, direct line of communication. Tell us about this conversation.
So during this conversation, I had my first interaction with Superintendent Liu from the RCMP, had an understanding of what their role was here to help us. And based on the conversations that I'd had and gave them a briefing on the new mission statement, the steps that myself and Inspector Springer were taking as part of the command table, and understanding that it was going to take a day or two to get the proper people around the table that we were looking for. Some were coming from other parts of the province. That based on what I was proposing and telling Superintendent Liu that it was aligning with the framework that they were setting up at the RCMP Leakin building, which they're referring to as the NOC.
So we've heard evidence from other witnesses that they were starting to work on a plan, and by now you have also started working on one, including the main action plan and the mission statement, as we heard yesterday. So is it fair to say that when you connected, you found some alignment?
Yes.
So that would be on the 12th. And on the same day, if we go to a different set of notes, actually, same set of note, if we go to page 12, please, next page. At 12:33, we see a notation, 12:35, the next page. Go down. So there was another conversation between you and Liu. This is from you to Liu. Once I have legal approval, we'll send it to you with main action plan and objectives. See how you can fit this into a plan. Tell us what this is all about.
So in this particular case, language is very important, and I understand that the word approval is in there. My ask regarding the work that I had established with the mission statement, the main action plan, the objectives. Once again, I wanted some oversight from the legal section to ensure that there was no risk to the organization. So the approval, I wasn't looking for an actual sign-off approval. I was looking for their advice and recommendations if there should be any concerns identified with that, if that answers your question.
Okay. Yes, it does. And I understand that later that day, at around 3:10 p.m., there was a meeting between the OPS command team, including yourself and the former chief, with other members of the integrated planning group. Am I right?
That's correct.
So let's talk about that meeting. If we go to your interview summary at page 16. You see the paragraph starting with following that call. Superintendent Bernier participated in a 3:09 p.m. call with Chief Slowly, Deputy Chief Bell, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, OPS General Counsel, Ms. Hunnot, and RCMP and OPP members of the integrated planning team. At the start of the call, Chief Slowly discussed the role of PLT. He demanded that OPP send its PLT program lead, Inspector Marcel Baudin, who we heard from yesterday, to sit on the IECT. Superintendent Bernier had already informed Chief Slowly that OPP PLT Officer Giselle Walker would be serving as PLT representative on IECT, and Inspector Springer ultimately appeared. Chief Slowly, by dialing...
Appeased.
Sorry?
Appeased.
Appeased. I'm sorry. Inspector Springer ultimately appeased Chief Slowly by dialing Inspector Bowden into the call. Chief Slowly next asked if OPS had integrated its PLT strategy with public order planning, and Superintendent Bernier reminded him that both POU and PLT were members of the IECT. Now, is that accurate?
That is accurate.
What is the IECT again?
It's the Integrated Event Command Table.
Okay.
And that represents that organizational chart that represents who's sitting at that table.
The one that we saw on the screen yesterday.
Correct.
So the next paragraph, as the meeting progressed, Superintendent Bernier repeatedly asserted his autonomy as event commander and attempted to limit Chief Slowly's interference with that role. What kind of interference were you getting?
I may need to refer to my notes for specifics if you're looking for specifics, but it was starting to direct more operational and tactical level decision-making. And I could appreciate where everyone was at. We were evolving into this new state. We were trying to do a reset. There's a lot of people who were in a particular frame of mind at that particular time. And I just wanted to reassure and instill confidence in everybody that I did have it at hand and to trust what I was going to be doing and what I was going to be putting into place.
Right. Now, if we keep reading, for instance, when Chief Slowly attempted to establish timelines for immediate action within the next 24 to 48 hours, Superintendent Bernier responded that he was working with Chief Superintendent Party and Superintendent Liu to develop a plan, and that they would implement the plan once it was finalized. Was that the general nature of the interference?
Yes, and it's also a part of a bit of an education piece to say that I am using the resources that are available to me from the RCMP and the OPP to integrate, to use that planning cell to support me. And we have a bit of work to do. We can't start establishing timelines just yet because we're at the infancy stage of that. Mm-hmm. I understood the importance of proceeding quickly, but we had to make sure that we followed the proper processes.
Right, and the proper process was for the event commander to develop that plan and to ensure that everything worked well in the overall context.
Correct.
So we keep reading. Later in the meeting, RCMP Sergeant Darwin Tetrode presented his thoughts on strategies to take to address the situation downtown. When Chief Slowly asked Sergeant Tetrode to send documentation on his proposal, Superintendent Bernier interjected and informed Chief Slowly that he had created an IECT, and had the people he needed to develop a plan. Now, does that accurately reflect what went on at that meeting?
That is accurate.
And it ended with the last paragraph. Superintendent Bernier also observed that Chief Slowly was tense with his OPS command team during the 3:09 p.m. call. He noted he had not observed this behavior by previous OPS chiefs. Could you explain that, please?
Once again, the situation that we are in, it had been a long, drawn-out period where obviously people had been stretched to their limits. I don't think Ottawa Police has ever been in a situation like this. So everyone was pushed to their limits. There also is probably an appreciation that we're dealing with outside agencies coming in and starting to propose how we're going to resolve this. That could be probably very strenuous on a chief. Yes, there was tension on that call. Can I say specifically what happened? I was pretty much very focused on what I needed to do, and I had to stay focused on that. No different in the final statement in that final sentence in the previous paragraph. I was reasserting my autonomy again with Sergeant Tetro proposing something. It may be very valid and very good, but in due time, I will process that piece of information and with the integrated command table make a decision as to what will be decided on as far as moving forward.
Now, you told us yesterday that you've served over 28 years with the Ottawa Police Service.
That's correct.
And what you're saying here is that you had not seen this behavior under any previous chiefs.
I had not witnessed with any of the previous chiefs that we've had with the Ottawa Police.
And by this behavior, what were you referring to?
The level of involvement and direction at the lower operational and tactical levels. And I have not witnessed perhaps the intensity or the behaviors that Chief Slowly was showing amongst the command team.
Mm-hmm. Now, this was a meeting attended by many, and there were different sets of notes made by different people. And in fairness, I want to put to you another set of notes taken by someone else. This is OPS 3010638. Do you know anyone by the name of Vicky Nelson?
Yes.
Who is Vicky?
She's in our legal services at the Ottawa Police.
Okay, so it appears that these may be her notes. So if we can call up this document and go to page 6, please. Can we make it larger? I'm looking for, can we go down? Right. So you see that these are notes of that meeting. And do you see the part where it says, it talks about PLT? PLT team is here for you 100% committed. Key messaging is going out to all members. Review of presentation PLT. And earlier, you see a reference to Sergeant Darwin Tetro presenting. So it appears to be describing the same meeting. But then we have the notation, Chief, good with everything so far. Is unified command under OPS or OPP? It is OPS. Do you remember this part of the exchange?
Not particularly, but I could speak to it's the improper term being used. If there's one service that's in the lead, then it's an integrated command. If there's multiple services that have come together to share the command, that's a unified command.
Okay. But what about the comment that Chief good with everything so far? Well, it says, I think there's a typo, but I take it the word means everything.
My recollection is when I did assert myself and essentially saying that I've got this and this is what we're doing and this is how we're going to be operating. I got the sense from the chief that he was okay with that.
All right, if we go further down to the next page, do you see at the top? Chief gave approval 2 weeks ago. Need to get going on this. Tetra, it will work. We're doing this with the full confidence in your team. Let's implement the plan. Do you know what was being talked about here?
Once again, this is stepping outside the boundaries of regular incident command, where there's things that were taking place when I was not in the position that I was in, that I'm not privy to, and that I would not be able to speak to. But obviously, there were other things going on behind the scenes that they would be referring to. They'll need to speak to those pieces.
So do I understand your position is that this is not part of that meeting that you were at?
Oh, it would be part of the meeting, but the content of what they're talking about chief gave approval 2 weeks ago, need to get going on this. It looks like by these notes, and they're obviously not my notes, that Tetra, Sergeant Darwin Tetra was saying that it will work. Let's implement the plan. I don't know who is saying that. It's not me.
So you're not clear as to what approval was given 2 weeks ago?
Correct.
All right. Now, we've heard from Chief Party from the OPP that there was agreement on the 13th that the plan was now approved. And I want to take you to your notes. OPS 3010635. At page 20. So at 1551, this seems to be a conversation between you and Chief Party, and you told him at around this time, no issues with plan, can find overall execution piece. I'm not sure the next word, do you know?
Heavy.
Heavy PLT, negotiations, reducing footprint. So do I understand correctly that around this time you spoke to Chief Party and told him that no issue with the plan?
So if I can put everything into context with this, the integrated planning cell, based on the information that they had, the conversations that we had with the mission statement, main action plan, and that overall phased approach had been discussed. I was very appreciative that we had that integrated planning cell with some very experienced plan writers to be able to create a document very quickly. But there needs to be an appreciation that although the overall strategy is going to be a heavy PLT, negotiations and communication piece, we have to prepare right now and start putting all the pieces together for a public order action if that was not successful. So in this comment that I make that the overall execution piece is missing, it's a fair statement, and it's not any criticism on Phil Liu or Chief Superintendent Carson Party, is because we had just put this team together and there was a lot of discussions that need to take place between all the people at the table, whether it be investigations from an authority standpoint, public order to what they need and propose as possible action plans, what does PLT need to do in the meantime to hopefully negotiate and communicate them out of the area. There's a lot of pieces but I really wanted to work towards a meaningful execution piece that's going to lay out from start to finish how we were going to return Ottawa to a normal state.
Right. So we scroll down a little. After you said that to Party, he said, this is coming next, commander's intent. And you said, good with approving plan with some minor changes. So was that where it was left that afternoon?
That is correct. My conversation with Chief Superintendent Party, we were very much aligned. He understood that although there may have been some planning and discussion with Darwin Tetro, that he understood and appreciated that we were taking a pretty larger, wholesome approach to this, and that they will be supporting us moving on to building out that execution. So the plan that we agreed upon is how we are now going to be integrating everything moving forward, and that was going to be the concept of operation and the framework that we were going to be operating under.
And just so we're clear which plan we're talking about, can we go to OPP 401851? So the title is Convoy for Freedom Ottawa, Integrated Mobilization Operational Plan. Can we scroll down a little? Next page. So it's dated, document version, February 13th, and plan written by, and then there's some, here are the components of the group. It was signed by Chief Party, it appears, on the 12th. Is this the plan that we're talking about?
That is correct.
Okay. I want to ask you now about the former chief's perspective on this plan as compared to the earlier plan that we saw yesterday, the one labeled 3.0, I believe, dated February the 9th. How did you view these two plans, or if they are different at all?
So the main difference between the two, with the 3.0 plan, at the time that was developed under the event commander of command of Superintendent Patterson, I am not aware that there was any sign-off approval on the document that document was adopted. The difference between the two is that this document is under the event commander has the approval on this document as we are adopting this.
Right. Now, you told us about the mission statement that you drafted on the 11th. Was that now reflected under this plan?
Yes, it was.
There are other differences too that we don't have time to get into. But in terms of the former chief's perspective, you told us the following during our interview. Can we go to page 20? Sorry, page 20 of the interview summary. You see this paragraph that starts with on February 14th. We go down to about the sixth line. Sorry, no, I mean, it's at the same paragraph. So do you see the part that starts with, so about the third word in, a few lines from the top, Superintendent Bernier also observed that Chief Slowly was happy with the February 9th plan, and that it may have been challenging for him to accept the February 13th plan because it threw the February 9th plan out the window. What did you mean by that?
Probably speaking a little bit freely with terms of out the window. The sense is that Chief Slowly gave the direction of building that February 9th plan. So as a chief, I would imagine this was very difficult to have another organization come in and develop a new plan. I am not fully aware of the integrated planning team's use of the February 9th. They may have been aware of it, used it, took portions of it, and adopted it into their plan, which is completely fine. Because at the end of the day, the plan that I approved for the integration piece was that 13th of February plan. But I think the chief was challenged with, why was my plan not used? And that's what I'm referring to.
So when we think of the February 9th plan and the February 13th plan, what's the best way to describe them? Should we consider the February 13th plan as an evolved version of the February 9th plan, or would you characterize them as different plans?
I would characterize them as different plans.
Why?
In the structure, the content, what was placed in that SMEAC format that we discussed yesterday, things were aligning a lot more with the proper structure of an operational plan, as well as I indicated that I had identified that we actually had to build out that particular section, the execution, because it was not to my satisfaction at that point.
Right. Now, I think we saw when we had the February 13th plan up on the screen that on page 2, I believe, there were signature lines on that page. And do you agree that this plan was signed off, approved on the 13th?
Yes.
And we've heard from Chief Party that on the 14th, notwithstanding the sign-off and approval on the 13th, that they identified ongoing issues with the integration or the working of the unified command. And he identified 3 issues in particular. I want to ask you about each issue and get your perspective on it. The first one is that Chief Party told us that the key issues dealt with through the day on the 14th related to the OPS need to have their lawyer approve the plan. So we saw earlier an example of legal review. That was on the 12th. But Chief's Party is now speaking of a legal review issue on the 14th. Are you aware of that?
Yes, and I think in appreciation of where everybody was at on the 14th and the evolution that was taking place, there was a lot of changes happening, and we were trying to develop the proper model, proper people in the right positions. A lot of transitioning was taking place. So I can appreciate where a team that would be at Leakin, and on this particular day, I was at the RCMP building, which we call the NCRCC, the National Capital Regional Command Center, which is in Orleans, and we were not actually co-located. Things were happening within our own sides, and as well, you have to hopefully also appreciate that we're coming out of a period where there was that insistence on chief and legal approval. Those terms were terms that we were trying to transition out of and change that framework. My full intent, and may not have been fully communicated to Chief Superintendent Party, which no one is to blame, that my reason for asking for legal advice is to get a set of eyes on that, just to ensure that I'm not creating risk for the organization. There were a few things going on that day and in the days prior between a state of emergency in Ottawa, a state of emergency in the province of Ontario, as well as some negotiation and some agreements being made from politicians at the municipal level. That's a lot of moving parts that I want to make sure that I brought some good people in to ensure that we're not putting our organization at risk.
And to be clear, who was the one seeking the legal advice?
It would be myself.
Okay. So I wanted to get some clarification on that, because if we take a look at the summary on the screen, it says that on February 14th, Superintendent Bernier learned that Chief Slowly wanted Ms. Hunnode, the OPS General Counsel, to review the February 13th plan, and that Chief Slowly wanted to approve the plan after Ms. Hanaud's review. Could you clarify that, please?
Once again, as I mentioned, we were coming out of a framework where that was what was happening within the Ottawa Police. Everything was escalating to that level. So it's probably very hard to break that framework and that thought process. And I was trying to change that to bring it down to the level that it needed to be at the operational level. So that's, and if you continue on, that I was frustrated with this continued attempt to try and have approvals up to the chief level.
So there appears to be two parts to this, and just so we all understand, there was the legal review, and then there was what you referred to as the chief's desire to approve the plan. The summary reads that you learned that Chief Slowly wanted Ms. Hanaud to review. Is it more accurate to say that it was you who wanted the legal review to be conducted?
So in this particular items that I had developed at that particular time, at the end of the day, on the 13th, I had approved the plan.
Okay, so so we're talking about different things here.
Correct.
So it was Mr. Slowly who wanted legal review related to the approval of the plan.
Correct.
Whereas you were seeking legal advice on what you described earlier about the different legal authorities that may or may not be available as you develop the plan.
Correct.
Okay. And it also spoke of the need for the former chief to approve the plan. Is that accurate? Is that what he wanted at the time?
I'm sorry, where do you see?
So the second line, and that Chief Slowly wanted to approve the plan after Ms. Hanaud's review.
Correct.
So if Mr. Slowly were to say that to the extent any approval was required, he already approved, he had already given those approval as of the 9th of February, what would you say to that?
It would not be an approval on this plan. It would probably be the approval for another plan that had been developed.
And you understood at the time that he wanted to approve this plan, to have the decision making power about approval of this plan.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, so that was the first concern that Chief Party raised, the need for legal review. The second concern he raised as of the 14th was that you were being pulled away continuously to brief your chief, and that this was creating frustration within the planning group, especially as it related to the POU component. And he said he tactfully addressed this concern with the OPS. What is your perspective on that?
I would have to agree. As you can well imagine, there was quite a bit going through my head, a lot of work that needed to be done, a lot of coordination, and a lot of planning, thought need to go into our next steps. The frequency and the length of these meetings that I was being called to was becoming very challenging, and not necessarily something that happens in normal incident command. Hence the reason why you have a strategic level commander as well as an executive liaison to be able to mitigate that aspect. But there was still an insistence on the event commander to be present at this. So understanding that we're transitioning and trying to do this reset, it's hard to turn the switch right away. And it was kind of trying to steer it away from that model, but I can fully appreciate Chief Superintendent Party's frustration with that, because he was wanting to support me in moving this forward as quickly and as efficiently as we could.
Right. And the final concern he raised on the 14th was when the group learned that the mayor of Ottawa had engaged with the protesters and negotiated them to all move to Wellington Street, and that the OPS was making some decisions on action. I understand that there was a briefing that you gave the group at around 6, just after 6 o'clock that day. Is that correct?
PM, that's correct.
So you briefed them that due to the mayor's decision, it was a good time to take positive action on those who stayed outside of Wellington. Was that what happened at the briefing? That's what you told them?
That is correct.
And Chief Party told us that as a group, they challenged you on the intelligence and the tactical advice received to allow them to pivot quickly and support it. Tell us about the issue.
There's quite a bigger picture to this, and once again, I will preface it with, we're in a transition phase, and we're not co-located. And I had met that team for a brief moment that morning, and we're contemplating and making decisions to transition our command posts at the operational level to Leakin to be co-located with that integrated cell. There was a lot happening between the 13th and the 14th that was unexpected, challenging, and we're trying to manage. The one piece that we have to remember is that, yes, there is the integrated planning cell. That is one component that's supporting me. We have to remember that I have an integrated command table that I have set up. So it is not being done in isolation. It's not one person that is proposing or brainstorming ideas. Yes, the decision lies with me as the event commander, but on this particular day, there was the mayor's agreement that had transpired, which was resulting in potential movement of vehicles. Specifically sticking to the point that you're asking for, given the fact that we were potentially going to be having areas that protesters were going to be clearing their vehicles and leaving, my command table had some conversations between myself, Inspector Springer, Public Order, Police Liaison, Investigations Intelligence, with regards to figuring out if they leave, how do we keep those areas from being reoccupied again? So when we're talking about the positive action, is that we wanted to, if those areas were freed up, we just want to make sure that they weren't going to be reoccupied. That conversation, that brainstorming took place at that integrated command table at the operational level. That's an appropriate conversation to take place given the situation that we were in. Fully utilizing all the resources at hand, we had to come up with a egress plan for any of the vehicles that wanted to leave as a result of that agreement to ensure that it was safe and non-impeded to get those vehicles out of the downtown core. We as a group discussed then what do we do with those areas that either get thinned out and maybe down to a couple of vehicles, and how do we hold it? At the time, and based on the infancy of our group, we brainstormed that it would probably be a good idea to try and implement some strategies to hold those areas. That was communicated to Chief Superintendent Party and Superintendent Liu by phone, and I definitely sensed concern on their part. They voiced their opinion, and I took that away. Once that call was completed, we actually somewhat put a pause on that given the advice, recommendations, food for thought. I do have to say that Chief Superintendent Party, regardless of perhaps his strong conviction of maybe this was not a good idea, he still reassured me that I had his full support and that full team support on the decision that I'm going to make, which was very reassuring. But I was utilizing the integrated model appropriately and listened to the people who were talking to me. When we met face-to-face the next day,
By the next day, do you mean the 15th?
the 15th, where now we've moved our command posts and setting up our command posts, we had a meeting with the strategic level and had a wholesome conversation with this, which resulted in a change in direction.
What was the change?
The change in direction is that we were perhaps utilizing resources not to the most effective use in order to preserve the right resources to have in place for the bigger picture action plan within the next set of days. Nothing determined at that point, but to refocus ourselves on that maintenance, stabilization phase in order to get the focus on the communication, focus on the PLT action, getting our officers rested, getting other resources in town, and develop the plans we need to if the negotiation communication does not work.
Now, let me take you back a day or two to the 13th, because I started by asking you of the events on the 14th, and you started giving us the context and how it developed over the next into the next day. But am I correct that it was on the 13th of February that you first came to know about these negotiations between the mayor and the protesters?
That is correct.
If I could take you to the document OPS 30-10635. Do you recall a meeting at around 1 o'clock or 1:15 on the 13th regarding this issue? So if we could go to page 10, please. The date, as you see, is February 13th. 13:15. I'm looking for the reference where
1320.
yeah, can we go there? So meeting, city manager, perhaps you're better at than me.
Sure. City manager basically stated that mayor involved in negotiation to someone who has ability to communicate with core organizers.
If we keep going, I'm looking for the part where I think there was a comment from you that this actually accelerates what we wanted to do.
Yes,
Do you remember that discussion?
correct.
Tell us about that.
So essentially, if I can put into context, what I'm being informed at this point is that the mayor is wanting to develop a letter to present to organizers to say, if you leave, and I think there was some concession to remaining on Wellington for a period, that if they were willing to leave, that he would have a meeting with the organizers at a later date. This aligned with what was taking place in other parts of the province and the country at the provincial and the federal level, where the public safety ministers were offering to draft a letter to protest organizers to denounce their protests and to leave. And if they did so, that they would have a meeting at a later date with them. So that's somewhat very much aligned, which was happening on the provincial and national level. And based on the information I had on the 13th at this time, that and having that plan in place with wanting to reduce the footprint and have negotiating protesters out of the area, it aligned with our plan. It was potentially challenges that come along with this when you're talking about political agreements with protesters. However, I can only control what I can control, and if this happens and people leave, then that is a benefit to the operation, and that I would be they're good with it because there's nothing I can do about it.
And in your interview summary, you explained that neither the city nor the OPS executive had informed you of the negotiation before this. Is that correct?
Correct. From this point on, that I was not really aware that of that dynamic going on.
Right. And you told Inspector Springer that OPS should stay clear of the negotiation because political influence and political negotiation could adversely impact the police operation that OPS was preparing.
The optics of the police involved with politicians in negotiating with other parties, the optics could pose challenges to us.
And in the interview summary, you went on and gave several other explanations as to why you were concerned about this. But in the interest of time, I won't take you to all of those. Do you agree that those contents in your summary is accurate?
Yes.
Okay. So let's move now to an area that I really want to ask you about, and the context is this. You've told us that the plan was signed off, operation was launched. That was after the invocation. That was after the invocation of the Emergencies Act. So I want to ask you about to what extent the invocation of the Emergencies Act was considered in the process of planning and how it affected the way the operation was carried out. So let's take it step by step. It may be that we can start with what you told us in your summary. If we go to your summary, to page 22. So you remember that during the interview, we asked you about your thoughts on both the provincial emergencies measures, the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act, as well as the Federal Emergencies Act. So if we look at this paragraph here, Superintendent Bernier stated that the February 13th plan did not rely on powers granted under the EMCPA. That's the provincial act, right?
Correct.
And that the federal emergency declaration did not significantly impact his planning process. Superintendent Bernier did not know that the federal government was going to declare a public order emergency on February 13th. I take that to mean that on February 13th, you did not know that the federal government was going to declare a public order emergency. And you stated that you would have carried out the police operation whether or not the federal government declared a public order emergency. Explain that to us.
The plan that I was developing was based on existing authorities, whether it be under the provincial, federal, or common law authority, to act. This is what takes place on a daily basis on those larger type events. We have to leverage those particular authorities that exist. The plan that I was building with my integrated command table and the advice that I was getting and having the right people from the right backgrounds providing their input, I was satisfied that we were going to have all the authorities we need to take action if the communication and the negotiation piece of our stabilization plan was not successful in having that area cleared and the city returned to a state of normalcy.
And in this paragraph, you actually refer to some of those authorities that existed apart from the emergency powers, such as, you said, authorities under common law, municipal bylaws, and provincial and federal statutes. You also noted the criminal code and common law authorize police to control access to an area during an ongoing police operation, and that the Highway Traffic Act permits police to seize and tow vehicles that are abandoned or obstructing roadways. So I wanted to ask you about, first of all, the so-called exclusion zones. We heard from Deputy Chief Bell that the Emergency Act was helpful in allowing the police to establish exclusion zones. What's your view on that?
I would agree. Although that we were planning under the common law authorities to create a zone where we could operate safely for both the police and the public, the secure zone options that were offered through the Emergencies Act was a benefit. It somewhat provided a framework, a legal framework that would be a lot more understandable for our members, for the community, and in fact, the protesters as well, understanding what was taking place when we were going to put that secure zone into effect.
So, so is that why you would consider it helpful to have those measures under the emergency measures regulations?
Anything that's going to contribute to mission success is a benefit.
Were those measures necessary for the ending this occupation or protest?
Hard for me to say. I did not get to do the operation without it. So it would be very, I don't know what complications I would have had it not been in place and I utilized the common law. We have used it before. We have used it since without the Emergencies Act, and it has been effective. But I cannot speak for this particular date or that weekend operation. Had I not had it in that fashion, what would it look like? Hard for me to say.
And the other area I wanted to ask your thoughts on related to the ability to tow trucks. If we go down the page a little bit. So this paragraph that starts with Superintendent Bernier stated that he did not need to rely on powers granted under the Emergencies Act to compel towing companies to supply trucks or drivers to the police. He stated that this was unnecessary because by February 13th, OPP had assembled 34 tow trucks with willing drivers. He noted that police guaranteed the companies and drivers anonymity and placed police crest on the trucks and covered company markings to ensure anonymity. He stated that he had no knowledge of whether the power granted under the Emergencies Act to compel towing companies to assist protected those companies and their drivers from being blamed by protesters and protester sympathizers for assisting the police. Now, is all of that accurate?
That is very accurate.
Now, those 34 tow trucks that you referred to here, were they available for use by the police when the final operation was launched on the 18th of February?
They were.
And in terms of the arrangement to secure those tow trucks, were those arrangements made before or after the 14th of February?
Majority of the arrangements were all done by the 13th because they were actually in transit to Ottawa. That being said, there was some final, obviously, contract and finance work that needed to be taken care of in the days that followed. But to my knowledge, we did not have to adopt any processes under the Emergencies Act to compel any of them to follow through on their actions.
Right. Now, going back to the exclusion zone, there was something I meant to ask you, but I forgot. Can you tell us whether under the emergency measures regulations, like Ottawa, was there any area in Ottawa that was designated a secure zone?
Are you talking under the Emergencies Act or the emergency measures?
I believe it was the EMR, the emergency measures regulations.
So the provincial?
No, it's the federal.
Emergency
So the Emergencies Act was invoked on the 14th, and then there were regulations.
Regulations, okay.
So my understanding is that under Section 6 of the EMR, there was the ability to designate secure zone. Are you aware if such zones were created in Ottawa designated?
They were.
They were. Let me put to you this document, PB Ken 401209. So pb.can.401209. So these appears to be speaking notes regarding the emergency measures regulations. I believe there was a date at the top, February the 25th. So if we go down to page 3, please. Under the headings, if pressed on why Ottawa was not designated a secure zone, there was a bullet, a designation was not required in Ottawa because the assembly was already unlawful. As a result, the police were able to establish a perimeter relying on the emergency measures regulations and other existing legal authorities to secure and maintain control of the area. Does that refresh your memory?
Well, I'm not quite sure, may not fully understand what a designation, if that means that the public safety minister had to actually sign off on a particular area. We did have some discussions on a particular date. I'm going to say on or about 16th, 17th, 16th probably, where we had a meeting following the understanding of the regulations and the availability of a secure zone and the need to get the public safety minister to sign off on a particular actual area. That may be what the designation means. After further review and discussion with the minister's office and legal, it was determined that the police should have the flexibility to designate, expand, or contract or move based on as the operation goes, as opposed to have a fixed area which is with no flexibility. So that decision was made in the subsequent 24 hours that there would not be an official document from the public safety minister that this area, as per the public safety minister, is a secure area. We were able to have the flexibility to, like I said, expand or contract as the operation dictate to minimize the impact on the community.
And that was in fact what happened.
That is correct.
And if we could go now to your summary on that point, page 22, the interview summary. We look at the last paragraph on this page. After the federal emergency declaration, Superintendent Bernier explored whether designating downtown Ottawa as a protected place under the emergency measures regulations would be a better option than relying on common law authorities. Chief Superintendent Party informed him that the Federal Minister of Public Safety, Marco Mendicino, was willing to approve a designated exclusion zone in downtown Ottawa. Superintendent Bernier conducted a tabletop exercise with Ministry of Public Safety staff to indicate that the exclusion area would look like, what the exclusion area would look like. After the meeting, he was informed that Minister Mendicino decided that it was unnecessary to designate downtown Ottawa as a protected place and that the minister did not want to designate a specific area in case police changed their plan. Does that accord with what you just described to us?
Yes.
And finally, the Emergencies Act, in his interpretation, allowed for the police to determine the exclusion area on an as-needed basis. Superintendent Bernier supported the minister's decision. He noted that powers granted under the Emergencies Act did cause police to be more willing to ask people entering the exclusion zone where they were going, but that police continued to permit people to enter the exclusion zone for lawful purposes. Does that accurately reflect the reality at the time?
That is correct.
Now, I want to turn finally to how the plan was executed. First of all, the February 13th plan continued to develop over the next few days until a final plan was signed off on or around the 17th. Am I right?
That is correct.
And just so we are all clear what plan there was, I want to show you. Do you have the document? number? February 17th? I think. Thank you. So if I can take you to OPS 3013798. So you see the date on this page says February 15th till to be determined, but if we go to the next page, then there's the date February 18th till to be determined, and the document version says February the 21st. Can we scroll down a little? Can we keep going? So this is the only plan we got from the OPS, and we understand that this is the final plan. Can you take a look at the table of contents and confirm whether that is in fact the case?
This is appearing to be the one that I would refer to, yes?
Right, okay, thank you. So this plan describes in 4 different phases how the final operation will be carried out. Can you explain the 4 phases for us?
That's why it's important to understand that there really is the dates to be on the cover page from the 15th on. That's including the 4 stages. The 4 stages are stabilization, actions on, maintenance, and demobilization.
Well, in the interest of time, I guess we'll rely on your description of those 4 phases in the witness summary and move directly to how that plan was carried out. When was this plan launched in the final operation?
So it was launched as indicated by the plan by the 15th. I have to explain somewhat a bit this plan because we were under a lot of duress and a lot of time constraints and a lot of moving parts. This was a massive undertaking, something that an operation this large would often take perhaps a month plus to plan for. So we were having regular meetings with the command table when it was the integrated command, when it transitioned to a unified command. We were having meetings about this plan. We were meeting with the plan writer, Brad Taylor and Carson Party and their team continually to be feeding them as we were evolving information from the command table from our subject matter experts on what we required. And that was evolving right up to phase 2 of our plan. But it's important to note that we were in agreement with the concept of operation, and we were in agreement that it was not realistic to actually have a completed, actual nice, with a bow plan by the 15th. It was going to be evolving. But by the time that we got to the 17th night, that was what we pretty much were going to have to stick with as we went into phase 2. So the maintenance period, as I mentioned earlier, involved stabilizing the operation, getting more resources in, allowing Ottawa police officers to rest, enhance a communication and PLT strategy on the messaging. And the messaging was very clear. It's time to go. It's time to leave. No more talking here. It's you have to leave. That's the only options that you have here. It's over. And that messaging during that stabilization period intensified to a set date where we're determining that if they have not left, we're going to move on to an actions on phase, which is now a more tactical public order supported by tactical CBRNE, which I mentioned was chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, explosive team, with a very enhanced arrest plan, transportation, processing, housing plan, with many intricacies that need to be thought of, whether it be children that were going to be involved because we knew children were on scene at the protest. We were aware of potential risks in vehicles, whether it be from unknown devices. We were aware that we were going to maybe be faced with people who are going to barricade themselves in vehicles. So it's quite a complex plan with many moving parts that we had to focus on those key pieces. And that was the actions on piece where we had multiple presentations from the various experts from public order where the unified command had to make a final decision on this is what we're going to go with the integrated between public order, tactical CBRNE, plus the support from the arrest. Once that, and we were going to go until it stopped, until it was over, until it was fully cleared. And we didn't know if that was going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 days, but we had to have the resources in place to sustain a long duration of a public order operation. Once it was cleared, we moved into the maintenance phase, which was we had to make sure that it stayed clear of protesters, allow for rehabilitation of the streets, inspection of the streets. And then once we were satisfied that the protesters were not returning and that we can start demobilizing resources, that meant that Ottawa is back to a state of normalcy. If that answers your question.
That's very helpful. Thank you. So I understand that all of the resources that would enable the OPS and the Integrated Planning Group, the help that you were getting from elsewhere, were ready by the evening of the 17th. Am I right?
That is correct.
And so,
following probably one of the biggest snowstorms that we got in a while, I gave myself, and I should not be saying myself and my two co-commanders, Phil Liu and Dave Springer, did a final check, made sure that we had all the resources in place. And my hat's off to all the officers that stood up that day after very long days, long weeks, to put their best foot forward from all the elements. We launched the initial, if I can say phase again within a phase of the clearing of the demonstration.
what time did the action start?
If I can refer to my notes, I think it's around sometime in the 0700 hours that we started, but I'd have to look on my day of notes for that.
And within this final period of the operation, there were also different phases in terms of locations.
Correct.
What was the first phase?
Nicholas and Waller, the final decision after many discussions on how we were going to proceed through it, we decided we were going to do a movement from east of the affected area all the way through to the west, and then deal with some satellite areas at the tail end.
And how long did it take to clear that first phase area, the Nicholas Waller area?
It took better part of the morning.
And when that area was cleared, what was the next area the officers were moving to?
We were going to be moving to Rideau and Sussex.
And how was the reaction of the people there at the time?
They were, what was experienced was there was some passive resistance, there was some active resistance, and there was some assaultive behavior that we experienced at Rideau and Sussex.
As the officers moved from phase 1 to phase 2, was there a sense that things were about the same, or was there an escalation, de-escalation? What was your sense?
The tension definitely increased. However, we adopted if I could use a philosophy of slow, methodical, lawful in our approach, because we did not know what the cause and effect was going to be. And we had to be ready to adapt, pivot, make decisions. and we did not want to rush through this, and we did not want to force a confrontation. Every phase that we went through, no different than the messaging that was taking place right from the start of our operation through the stabilization, telling them to leave. If you don't leave, you are going to be arrested. Everyone who wanted to leave was free to leave. They were asked to leave. It was communicated through our what we call LRAD, long-range acoustic device, that aligned with messaging that was developed through our PLT, our police liaison team, our corporate communications, and our investigations to ensure it's a very clear, succinct message, and we did both in English and French. So this was all slow and methodical. Anyone who wanted to leave had the opportunity to leave. They could walk away. Anyone who chose to remain behind, as we slowly, methodically went through, that would mean they would either be passively resisting or actively resisting the lawful order to leave.
Now, you mentioned an escalation in the reaction of the crowd as we move from phase 1 to the phase 2. How did the police react in response?
So this is obviously happening at the tactical level with the tactical commander levels, but I'm being kept very much informed with myself, Inspector Springer, and Superintendent Liu. We're being kept informed live as to what's happening. We do have some video feeds from drones, and as well CTV and everyone else was providing us some good footage as well. We could see that the cause and effect, that they had the resolve to stay. They did not. They were either wanting to be arrested or they're refusing to move, refusing to leave, and then being subject to being arrested for mischief.
Now, we've seen some images where police had batons and there were horses. Could you tell us more about those, the use of those?
Yep. So the one that you're referring to, where we're now somewhat increasing our presence and having to increase our presence based on the actions of the crowd, and that's moving into day 2 on the 19th. And this, this is still on the 18th in front of the Chateau Laurier, once we had transitioned and holding the Rideau Sussex area in front of the Chateau Laurier. The cause and effect was that we had the massive group, the larger group from Wellington Street, now descending down onto that area. It was definitely an aggressive crowd, volatile crowd, where we had to make some decisions to increase our usage of force in order to protect ourselves and properly deal with the situation at hand.
When did the operation end that day on the 18th?
The operation actually never ended.
Paused.
It never did pause. We had to maintain public order action presence 24/7 until it was completely cleared. So reduced and a pause on movement took place later in the evening, and we held that spot in front of the Chateau Laurier in order, and believe it or not, that part of the operation, there was a lot of work to do. There was the towing of multiple vehicles from that site is very time consuming. Some of the vehicles were perhaps disabled or in a fashion that would be difficult to tow. So we had all the right resources and time in place. However, it took time to remove those vehicles. So we did not want to get too far ahead of ourselves. We, once again, slow, methodical. What was controlling a lot of the progression was how fast we can manage the arrested individuals, which we did get very over capacity through that second portion. But it's also the time that it takes to actually tow and clear those areas, and then install some fencing to ensure that area remained clear.
Now, you mentioned fencing. Was a decision made to hold the line and to secure the area with more fencing at some point that day?
So that's a decision that was made at the command table once again, and between Superintendent Phil Liu and Inspector Springer and I. We had to realize that the effect of putting police officers on the line sometimes has an effect in the crowd to antagonize the crowd. And we were wanting to de-escalate the situation. If we can have the same effect with fencing to keep them out of that area, with minimal police presence to ensure and have reserves on hand, that will more than likely de-escalate the situation. And that's what, in fact, what took place. We replaced the officers with fencing, reduced the footprint of officers, and it actually de-escalated the crowd, and a lot of the crowd returned back up into the Wellington Street area.
At roughly what time on that day did that occur?
It would have been probably in the midnight time frame, give or take. At that point, if you can appreciate that I would not be able to, neither could Superintendent Liu and Inspector Springer operate for 24 hours a day for 3 days. We implemented a reserve event command to supplement a day and a night shift to have a sustained command and a functional command team during that period. So that part of the operation, which I am fully briefed on and know about, was under the command of 3 other commanders during the night period. But my understanding was around midnight.
And what happened during the night?
We held those areas secure and they were not taken over, and there was no major incidents to report.
The execution of the mission continued the next morning?
Correct.
At about what time?
Given the usage of, at that point, we had 14 public order units, and we had to utilize every single member. It was a little bit of a later start. Once again, I'd have to refer to my notes for exact times, but it was in the neighborhood of the 0900 time period where we progressed with moving on to our next phase of starting to clear Wellington.
You referred to these POU units, the public order units. In what direction are they moving now?
Continuing with the east to west. And there's a bit of a south movement too through on Elgin Street.
So what area, like what streets would they be on now?
Wellington.
Okay. Tell us what happened that morning.
Once again, after checking with the 3 commanders and verifying that everyone was ready to go, made some adjustments on lesson learned from the day before. We progressed with, and further, based on what we had experienced and seen, that the level of aggression towards the police, we increased our protective level to move on with that operation that day. And when everyone was in place, ready to go with the full arrest, tactical CBR&E support, public order was ready. We moved and progressed westbound on Wellington, slow and methodically to clear the protesters. Once again, full messaging, leave. Anyone who got caught there by chance or came to visit, they were clearly informed it's time to leave, and anyone who wanted to leave was free to leave. There was no one boxed in during any of the operations.
How was the reaction of the people that morning?
They were aggressive, as anticipated, and confirmed the reason why we increased our level of protection on our officers. They were met with confrontation, assaultive behavior as they progressed into the Wellington Street corridor.
Did the police use any tools such as smoke grenades and gas at any time?
There, once again, that is elements that would have been used at the tactical level, sometimes in exigent circumstances. There were, at the onset, smoke that was used by the protesters.
But to your knowledge, did the police ever use those tools during?
There had to be the use. There was the need to use some of those tools during this operation.
And by the end of the day, we're speaking of the 19th now, how did the downtown core look like?
Different. We had cleared all the way westbound on Wellington, just the Wellington corridor, not the north-south, just north-south streets, except for Elgin. We secured Elgin Street. And we progressed all the way down to clearing protesters that were remaining, were moving back, but were still staying in the area, but never met the threshold of being arrested. There was a large group that still remained on Bank Street towards the evening hours at the end of the day. It took the full day for anyone who did not leave with their vehicle to clear and tow those vehicles. And when I say clear, once again, we did not know what to expect in vehicles, whether it be devices or challenges with their vehicles being disabled. It took a long period for the teams to clear the remaining trucks from Wellington Street with our towing plan.
Now, we've heard a fair bit about the Coventry area being used by the protesters at a kind of staging ground. When was that area demobilized?
So that was now moving into the third day.
The 20th?
The 20th. That would be the Sunday.
Right.
We spent a good portion of the day clearing the remaining north-south streets and any of the other areas. But the actions of both the Friday and the Saturday, the 18th and the 19th, had the effect of clearing of those areas. Anyone who remained in those areas, I think, realized that it was over, and most left. We are just doing some various cleaning up of abandoned vehicles that may have been left there, that were protest vehicles or illegally parked vehicles, to ensure that that was, once again, the vehicles are properly cleared, and if they were disabled, that they were rendered able to be towed. Later in that afternoon, we were satisfied that we were prepared to go to the final phase of clearing Coventry Road, which is a large parking lot adjacent to a baseball field and a couple of hotels, where was somewhat of a base camp for the protesters.
When did the OPS and its partners enter the third and fourth final phases, the maintenance and demobilization phases?
So we transitioned to the maintenance phase as of the 21st, which would be the Monday, where we maintained public order elements ready to respond. I'd like to note that we continued to have lawful protests in follow-up to this. We were perhaps securing the downtown core, but we were having daily protests at the War Museum of freedom protesters, but they were acting and they were present in a lawful manner. We kept a minimal presence, as we do in most demonstrations, but we had to manage that and keep an eye on that. Various convoys throughout that maintenance period, we would get intelligence or information that they were trying to come back to Ottawa, and we would be preparing and staging in order to act on that to prevent them from coming back down with vehicles to protest. So that following week, as we progressed out of the Emergencies Act, out of all the states of emergency, which once again moved us into a phase of trying to assess what does this mean, what has changed, that by the end of that week, the Sunday, I was satisfied to go to a demobilization phase and turned over operations to regular Ottawa Police operations, and all external agencies had been demobilized.
Well, we're quickly running out of time. My final question to you is if there's anything else that you'd like to tell the commissioner that we haven't yet covered.
Be happy to answer any of your questions, sir.
I don't usually ask questions till the end, and usually it's well covered by everyone, but I may.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, so we're going to move to the cross-examination phase. If I could ask counsel for former Chief Slowly to go first.
Thank you. Superintendent, I'm Tom Curry.
Sir.
Couple of things, if I can get your help, please, for the commissioner. Prior to these events, you told us that you were an inspector, first of all. You had a promotion between then and now. Is that right?
Not officially yet.
Okay, so we'll have our fingers crossed for you. You were an inspector in the communications branch within the information directorate, yeah?
Correct.
Reporting through what we learned were the three eyes, you're one of the eyes, to Deputy Chief Bell at the time.
Correct.
And just assist us, if you can, with the chain of command in your regular work, not incident command now. In your day job, were there personnel between you and the deputy?
Yes.
And who lay between you and the deputy?
Superintendent Rob Drummond.
Okay. And is there a chief superintendent in the structure at the time, or is it just Superintendent Drummond to the deputy?
We do not have that rank within the Ottawa Police.
Understood. And then within the information directorate, and you told us that's 911, dispatch, and the like, right?
Police reporting unit and the command center.
Got it. And within that directorate, can you give the commissioner an idea about the number of personnel?
Within the whole directorate or just my branch?
Just your branch, please.
My branch. I would have to say in the neighborhood of slightly under 200 officers.
Thank you. And does that include civilians?
Yes, large portion civilians.
Understood. And then if I follow the way that incident command works, event command works, in the case of an event or an incident, then a person with your training can be deployed to assume the role of event commander or incident commander, as you have described. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then in that, and just for the sake, this is an extraordinary event that occurred here, isn't it?
Unprecedented.
Unprecedented, and not only I understand in the history of the Ottawa Police Service, but as we've learned from witnesses from the Ontario Provincial Police, in their history as well, in terms of the size of this deployment. But you told us, you gave us an example of another kind of event, shooting here in Ottawa on Parliament Hill. That was an event that you ran, is that right?
I did not run, so I would have been a tactical ground commander for that. Okay. If you're understanding the, as I explained, the tactical operational, and I was an actual tactical level commander on the ground running hundreds of men and women who on contact teams.
Understood. Reporting to an incident commander who reported to an event commander?
Correct.
Who reported to?
Would be So in this, and on that particular day, the strategic level would have been reporting up to the chief.
Understood. So in every case of an event, there is an executive level or a superior officer ending with the chief. Is that fair?
The chief, at the end of the day, is in command of all policing.
Right. And so when we come to speak about incident command and incident command models, and you've explained the various forms of those, all roads lead to the chief, or in the case of the Ontario Provincial Police or the RCMP, to a commissioner. Is that fair?
That is very fair.
Because when you've told the commissioner about autonomy and the wisdom of autonomy, autonomy should be understood to fit into a framework that has ultimate authority in the chief. Fair?
So autonomy in incident command at a certain level exists at all levels. So there is a certain level of autonomy at the tactical level that is bestowed by the event commander down, or the incident commander down to the tactical level, that they have the authorities to act and decide and do certain things. They also have limits as to what they can do, where they may have to pause and go up to seek authorization. So that level of autonomy exists at each level. And as an event commander, the autonomy that I was referring to is I wanted to ensure that I was given the autonomy of the decision-making that is appropriate and in line with most incident command models.
Right. In other words, do I have it that within the role, the execution of the role, you wanted the autonomy that is bestowed under those models to an event commander?
Correct.
That does not mean, and we should not understand it to mean, that you are completely autonomous.
That is correct.
Okay. Because the chief of police or the commissioner of the police service, if it's organized in that fashion, remains responsible to provide adequate and effective policing in the jurisdiction.
That is correct.
Okay. And so when we come to look at and listen to the questions that my friend Mr. Au asked you about your interactions with Chief Slowly, you would tell the commissioner that Chief Slowly had a role to play in respect of this event, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that the issues that you spoke to us about concerning Chief Slowly's role, and I'll come to the specifics during the different time frames, but it is not wrong for a chief of police to interact with an event commander, first of all, correct?
In operation, generally speaking, that interaction is somewhat quite limited because there is a strategic commander that anything of the wishes or requests or concerns from the chief would be managed through a strategic level command, or in this particular case, at one point, or it was Deputy Chief Ferguson, that would be the avenue to go with concerns. What I've experienced previously in other larger scale events, you may get a visit from the chief into a command center or to the operational level, is just to say hi, thank you, and that type of thing. Keeping in mind that there is a particular avenue for the chief to exercise his authorities through that proper chain.
Yeah, but we're not talking about, we should not understand that the limit of the authority of the chief of police, whether in this police service or when Commissioner Carrique shows up tomorrow, is limited to saying, hi, how's it going? How are you? We're not talking about that, are we? It is not, go back to my question, please, if you don't mind. It is not wrong for a chief of police or a commissioner of a police service to interact with an event commander, correct?
He can. Yes.
Yes, and not only that, they have a responsibility to set strategic direction, correct?
Yes.
And so when we look at the specific things that you have spoken about, we begin with the idea that the role of the chief of the police service under the event or incident command model includes the responsibility to set strategic direction and to give lawful orders. True?
True.
Incident commanders have operational autonomy within the framework, and we'll come to speak about the specifics, but the operational framework to carry out those strategic objectives, right?
Yes.
And equally, right down the chain, you were on Parliament Hill as a tactical commander. You had autonomy to do certain things and to instruct and direct the team that you had, but there were limits on what, I presume, there were limits on whatever you could do. You sometimes had to go up to the incident commander or event commander.
Are you referring back to October 22nd, 2014?
Yes?
That is correct.
Okay. And these categories, strategic, operational, tactical, are not watertight, right?
That is correct.
There is a kind of border zone between each of them, and what you rely on is the kind of dialogue that you spoke to the commissioner about, so that each person playing their role can understand what is going to happen in trying to fulfill the operation and the mission.
That's accurate.
And I know that one of the things that you've spoken about is how, coming to lessons learned, how that structure should be implemented in the future in the case that another event of this scale and magnitude occurs. There are lessons to be learned about the way this worked, correct?
There are lessons learned after every event.
Fair. Now, go back, if you don't mind, then, just to a couple of things about Chief Slowly. Chief Slowly, had you been an event commander prior to your being tasked or deployed in this case, February 10th, 2022, had you been an event commander or an incident commander under Chief Slowly, i.e. when Chief Slowly was the chief from October, and just to orient you, that's October 2019 until 22?
Yes, in the capacity of a duty inspector, that platoon duty inspector role that I was talking about, which is the operational on-duty commander and dealing with critical incidents, various other incidents.
And if I understand that your relationship with him on those previous occasions when you served in that role, and I appreciate they're not like this. This is something completely different. But in those previous experiences you had with him, you and he had a good, productive, functional working relationship. Is that true?
That is true.
You are probably aware from your dealings with him directly that he was an Inspector Bernier, now Superintendent Bernier fan. He thought you did good work. You knew that.
I appreciate that.
No, did you know that?
I didn't have anything to the contrary.
Okay, well, that's fine. You had the kind of relationship in which you could speak frankly and directly to Chief Slowly, and he similarly to you, right?
There weren't many interactions that had taken place, but yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know. You're smiling, so I don't know where that goes. But you're put it this way: you had no issues with Chief Slowly previously.
No.
You agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew him to be, in the short time that you interacted with him, you knew him to be a police leader with a national reputation. Fair?
Yes.
and who had come to Ottawa to deliver on the vision that the Police Services Board had set to embrace certain kinds of changes in the way policing services were delivered here in Ottawa. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to come to the period of time when you came back to Ottawa, I think you said January 31, and you came back to your regular duties, and you spoke with Superintendent Drummond about whether and how you could help, correct?
Correct.
And you had no assignments other than your regular duties until February 3rd.
Correct.
Right? And on February 3rd, you get deployed to the Service Command Center.
Correct.
And between the 3rd and the 10th of February, am I right that you did not have any direct dealings with Chief Slowly?
Direct, maybe not face-to-face, however, through Teams meeting and some requests directly from him towards the end, I was recommending that a organizational chart needed to be established to set clear command and control. And he was interested to hear what I had, and I presented it to him. And
fair enough. Thanks for reminding me of that. Between the 3rd and the 8th, would I be right, you did not have any dealings with Chief Slowly?
Minimal, with the exception of any Teams meeting that I would be participating.
Okay. And during that period of time, the event commanders initially were, I believe, Inspector or Superintendent Rayom.
Superintendent Rayom.
Thank you. And then a change was made, and you understood that change was made by Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, correct?
Correct.
And Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, you understood, was responsible for operational planning. True?
At that point, if we're going to be actually talking about operational level planning, she would be accountable for it, but responsible would be the event commander.
Understood. Thank you. A better word. Accountable for, just like Deputy Chief Bell was accountable for intelligence, Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson is accountable for operational planning.
Correct.
So that the event commander would report, as we previously discussed, would report eventually to the chief, but through the acting deputy chief.
That is correct.
And you understood when we speak about that responsibility that Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson had, and she has appeared here. Did you see her evidence?
No.
Okay. So she explained that was her mandate included the plans that you saw, I suppose, before the convoy arrived. But her requirement would be to continue to be accountable for the delivery of operational plans right the way through, right?
That is accurate.
Okay. And she makes the change from Superintendent Rayum, and by the time you came on the 10th, and that was at the direction of Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, correct?
That is who I got the phone call from, yes.
And you knew that she had made the decision to replace Inspector Patterson, right?
I don't know who made the decision to have Superintendent Patterson removed, but
Okay.
If you say so.
Fair enough. Well, did you know that that change arose as a consequence of an interaction between Inspector Patterson and Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson?
I've heard.
All right.
I have no direct knowledge of that.
Okay, fair enough. And that Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson had placed Inspector Patterson into the role in place of Inspector Dunlop. You knew that.
That is correct. That's the right
Okay.
sequence. Superintendent Dunlop and Superintendent Patterson.
Thank you for the correction. And during that time, each of those event commanders would have responsibility within the structure of Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson for operational planning, correct?
That is correct.
And as you did when you came on to the scene and drew a plan, so too was it their responsibility for planning.
That is correct.
And although you were not involved directly between the 3rd and the 10th, other than in the way that you described, just thinking about your direct involvement now for a moment, you were not requested to be involved by those event commanders in drawing or writing plans, operational plans, correct?
That is correct.
And would it be right to say that if operational planning was not being done effectively by those event commanders, that Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson and ultimately Chief Slowly would have a responsibility to ensure that some attention was paid to operational planning, right?
That's accurate.
And I think you told us that Chief Slowly took the step of requesting plan writers write an operational plan. I think you said maybe on the 8th, right?
Correct.
And in the absence of an operational plan to the 8th of February, you agree with me that it would be the responsibility of the chief to ensure, or acting deputy chief, to ensure that that was being done.
Correct.
Now, when you looked at when you came on, you received a plan. I think you told us it's the plan of the 9th, 3.0, I think it's called. Am I right?
I was aware of it, but in my role was just somewhat as a conduit to ensure it gets to whoever it needed to get to, in this particular case, the event commander.
Got it. And the plan, the 3.0 plan, the February 9th plan, you were asked by my friend Mr. Rao, how could we understand the February 9th plan in relation to the February 13th plan and then the evolution of the plan you talked to us about this morning? You recall that?
Yes.
And you thought they were different plans.
They were written in a different structure,
Right.
or content.
The elements of them, they contain common elements. Is that fair?
I would agree with you that there may be some elements that were drawn out of it as good elements, as good
Okay.
pieces.
And that's what I was going to get to. You might not have seen that Inspector Liu, I think I got that rank right.
Superintendent.
Superintendent. I'm going to call everybody superintendent, so I can't go
From the
under.
from the RCMP?
Yes.
Yes.
Superintendent Liu, the commissioner has seen a communication from him to Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson in which he referred to their work, his work at least, the integrated team's work, as building on the OPS plan of the 9th. And you would accept that?
I was not privy to that conversation, but I would expect that that integrated planning team would not discount existing elements in order to build the most effective plan.
Right. And you told us that writing a plan for a mission of this kind would normally take a month. Yes?
This complexity, we're talking that if we had the opportunity to know, we had to compress a lot of work into a very short period of time, and in order to, it would be nice to have had a month to know that we were going to have something similar to a presidential visit that's going to result in disorder, a G20 visit that we know that there's going to be protests and disorder. we would have that time to plan and have the resources in place.
And you did not have that luxury here.
We did not.
It nonetheless evolved. By the time you came on to your role on the 10th, you had a final plan. It was probably still evolving right up until game time, but you had you took from the 10th to about the 17th or 18th. Is that fair?
So the actual, the 10th, let's have to say that I was put in place the 10th at night. I slept through the night. The 11th, I had to get myself organized and establish that foundation piece with those points that I had outlined. And then by the 12th, I'm now assembling my command team to get the people around me to be able to start feeding me the advice and the information and their subject matter expertise in order to start building the plan. So I'd say by the 13th, we would be now in that plan building mode.
Understood. And the plan of the 9th had its own history that preceded your work, correct?
Could you clarify your question?
Yeah, sure. The plan of February 9th, the 3.0 plan,
Right?
you were not involved in writing that plan.
Correct.
And am I right, correct, that it would have taken its own length of time, or an amount of time would have been required to write and develop that plan, obviously.
I would agree with that.
And you were not involved in it, but you knew that you now know that people were involved in writing that plan. Yes?
Are you talking about the subsequent element, or I knew that a group got together at Elgin Street to write that plan?
Yeah, got it. Now, the issue of the plan approval for a moment, if I could speak about that. You clarified for my friend, Mr. Au, that sometimes the word approval appears in your notes, but it means we should understand it to mean review or briefing, right? The legal approval wasn't an approval, for example.
Yes.
And you took the step, and it sounds like it's a practice that you have followed previously, to ensure that the operational plans that you're developing, particularly in a case of this complexity, did not pose some legal risk to the OPS or protesters.
Correct.
And so the Ms. Huneau or the OPS legal was never required to approve the plan, but you did want them to have an eye on the plan and to review it, correct?
Yes.
And in the same way, am I right that in regards to what Chief Slowly had requested in terms of briefings from you to the executive team or otherwise, that what he was requesting was the same kind of review? He wanted to be informed about what the plan was so that he was in the know, but was not seeking to formally approve it in the fashion that you described. Is that fair?
That was not my take on what was transpiring.
Right. Well, can we put it this way, that Chief Slowly did not ever impede the approval of the plan that you developed with your integrated planning cell colleagues?
There is an interaction that did take place between myself and Deputy Chief Ferguson, where the chief was insisting that he needed to approve the plan. And I advised Deputy Ferguson if she could have the conversation with the chief saying, I don't think he needs to approve it. I have approved it. We're moving forward with it.
Yes.
Please share it with him.
And yes, and you did.
Yes.
And he didn't hold you up, correct?
At that point, he didn't.
Right. And can I show you, tell me whether you've seen this. I'm just going to show you real quick. I think you're on this email chain. For Mr. Registrar, if you could help me. OPP I think it's probably 4 zeros, but 1547. So could you go to the bottom, please, for me? Is this the last one on the chain? Thank you. So, thank you. So do you see this? This is from Chief Slowly, Feb 13 to Deputy Ferguson, you and others?
So this is referring to his February 9th plan that he approved?
Yes. Please send me the latest version of the operations plan I approved on Wednesday. Scroll down, please. Please advise if the plan has received all official approval, signatures, et cetera. There seems to be some concern about this from the RCMP.
Yes, again, if
It's
you
too
go a little
fast.
slowly, sorry.
Sorry to the translators and everyone. Please advise if the plan has received all official approvals, signatures, et cetera. Okay, and just scroll up. And then in checking with Rob Bernier, he finally had a chance to review the plan from the integrated planning team and has sent it back with his comments. He would prefer it be completed and signed off and will then share the plan as he is the final approver of it. And then scroll to the top of that, please. And then just thank you. I appreciate and support the need for Acting Superintendent Bernier to make adjustments to the plan that he inherited. That said, please ensure the plan is finally signed off at the earliest possible opportunity, as this is a priority need expressed by our integrated partners. And that, do you receive these emails?
I remember reading this email.
Yeah, got it, okay. And what Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson conveyed to you was that you were a go all the way through, correct?
Correct.
Now, that's fine with that document. Thanks so much. Now, the issues that you spoke about in terms of your interactions with Chief Slowly, if I understand them, across the board, his requests for information or his request that you attend briefings of the senior command to inform the senior command of what was happening in terms of the integration, that those did not constitute, in your opinion, interference with what you were doing. Is that fair?
Are we talking from the point that I'm the event commander?
Yes.
So during some of those meetings, there were topics that were being brought up that were becoming more operational, even tactical decisions that need to be made during those briefings. I just had to ask that trust be bestowed on us, that we were going to be taking care of those things, and that as a chief, he did not have to worry about those level of things.
Right. And you expressed that view to him,
Yes.
and he accepted it, correct?
Yes, yes.
And you expressed to my friend Mr. Rao that what you observed was an adjustment as between the two of you.
Yes.
Because, and I can't recall exactly how you described it, maybe as a reset, but you were trying to assure Chief Slowly that you had this.
Yes.
And I'm correct, am I not, that he accepted that?
Yes.
And the discussions that you had were around that concept of that border zone, strategy, operations, tactics. You said when you felt that he was raising an issue that was within your authority, you told him so, and he moved back to his authority. True?
I would agree.
And do you agree with me also that throughout this your experience with him, your direct experience. I'm not talking about what you heard from some guy in the parade room. I'm talking about what you had directly with him. That during the time you worked with Chief Slowly, he worked in good faith and to the best of his abilities on behalf of this police service and the community?
I would say yes.
And that when you were listening to his wish to express his view about what you should consider or should not consider, that what you were observing was a person who was passionately trying to do the right thing for this community and the police service.
I would agree.
And as the chief of police, you understood also from your observation that he was dealing with the unprecedented crisis that you described, first of all, right? Yes?
Yes.
So that when my friend Mr. Rouse says to you that you gave a comment that you hadn't seen a chief do this or hadn't seen a chief do that, you'd never seen a chief in this situation before, right?
Agreed.
Yeah, and you'd never been in that situation before, of course.
Yeah, definitely not this type of situation, no. But
And
I've
so-
been in stressful situations.
And so he had to manage the turmoil and chaos that the community was experiencing, right? That was his responsibility.
Yes.
City council,
Yes.
police services board,
Yes.
chief to commissioner, chief to commissioner,
Yes.
chief to chief. You were down resources in a magnitude that is very hard to even comprehend. The entirety of this police service could not have managed, if it were all deployed, every single person could not have managed this protest without help. Is that true?
I agree with that.
And so it was imperative that you get, in the end, how many personnel did you roll out on that operation?
I think the numbers were in the neighborhood of in the 2,200 officers.
Right.
And that's going to be give and take because I'm sure there may be some inaccuracies with forgetting this little element, that element.
Now, a couple of other things, if I can, very briefly. You talked to us about what you observed when you saw the operational plan and you got introduced to Hendon, which I understand you didn't know anything about previously.
Correct.
Now, I have looked, and I may be wrong, so I have not seen a note that you made during that period of time, 26th, say, to the time that you returned from your weekend away, in which you expressed any of your concerns in writing to anyone or made a note of them. Would I be right about that?
It would have been verbal.
Verbal. And so could the commissioner understand that whatever your concern was about what was coming, and you used strong language, you said it was a bizarre disconnect between what you read on the operation plans that the OPS had prepared, your colleagues had prepared, and what you thought was coming.
If I can maybe just correct that, the operational plans were not out yet. There were no plans out yet when that reflection was. That was on the 27th of January, after I was exposed to the Hendon call, the Hendon report, and a meeting with the intelligence, special events, and the information group. That's when that observation's made. The plans only came out late on the 28th.
Okay.
Once the truckers had arrived.
Fair enough. But either which way, you would now say to the commissioner that you thought that the plans weren't adequate, that was the disconnect.
I didn't see all the plans. So the plans that we received, they spoke to appendix plans, which I never saw and can't speak to if it was something that was going to be adequate to manage that.
Okay, got it. So then maybe I misunderstood your evidence then. you're not critical, do I have it then that you're not critical of your colleagues, the Deputy Bell and his team, who were looking at the intelligence, the same intelligence that you had, and assessed that this was on balance, a protest that did not require a different response than the one that they made?
So the disconnect is I've never seen the level of engagement of intelligence units, especially with the OPP, on previous events to this magnitude. So that's where it seemed we don't have the plan out yet. And what I was understanding that we were planning to have from the briefings that we had on the 27th was that there was going to be a 2-day, and that there's nothing to indicate necessarily that they're going to stay, but there may be some that's going to stay. That's where I was kind of wondering, they've ramped up a lot of resources from an intelligence piece across the province and at a national level for how things were seeming to be developing in Ottawa, if that answers your question.
So I'm sure it's my poor question. What I'm trying to understand is whether you thought that the Ottawa Police Service had missed the mark before you went away. Did you think that they were going down the wrong path in terms of their response to this?
Not being privy to all the information, all the plans, because not only is there Hendon, I'm sure that the teams were access to a lot of other to inform their decision making. I can tell you the right people from the right sections were engaged, because I knew that Mark Patterson was part of the intelligence team with his team, and the special events team were all engaged. And these are people who've been put in those positions for a reason. So the right people in the right sections were engaged to plan for this. I'm not privy to everything. So I think I even said in my statement that the right people are engaged that need to be engaged to plan for this. And I had to leave it at that.
Got it. And therefore, can I put it this way? You would not have gone away on the weekend on a short ski break if you thought that they had missed the mark. You deferred to their superior position in assessing the intelligence in the aggregate. Is that fair?
I was away skiing, but I was not far. I was only about 45 minutes away, so I would be able to come back if I had to.
No, but slightly different point. You didn't record anything in writing that said that you thought that the intelligence or the operational plan was inadequate, and you went away for the weekend. I can only assume that you did both of those things because you were content to, under the leadership of Deputy Chief Bell, to defer to their judgment about the planning for this weekend event.
I believe it would have been under Deputy Chief Ferguson.
Sorry, intelligence.
Oh, the intelligence.
The intelligence assessment.
Yes.
Okay. One last thing I had a note about. Let me see. The statement, February 2nd. February 2nd, Chief Slowly made a statement in a presentation to City Council and the Police Services Board that there may not be a policing solution alone to this problem. To the extent that he was describing the need for additional resources, you would agree with him?
It is a policing solution.
Not a policing solution that the Ottawa Police Service alone could provide, correct?
Well, it wasn't saying it's not Ottawa Police solution alone. It was a policing solution. So when I see policing, there's many times that a lot of our operations currently going on even this weekend where multiple agencies need to come together to do that. That's a policing solution.
In addition to that, and you told my friend this, of course, you've spoken about the Emergencies Act and two other levels of government declaring emergencies. Those are not policing. Police use those tools, but those are not policing solutions, correct?
So they're policing tools. So no different than the Criminal Code of Canada, no different than the Highway Traffic Act, the various municipal governments put these acts in place as tools for policing to use.
Were you made aware of the approach that the commissioner learned about from the government of Canada to the OPP to possibly engage in a dialogue with protesters and arrange a meeting on certain terms?
I think, are you referring to the letters that the public safety ministers were wanting to draft?
Yes.
So I was informed, and I did speak to that, I believe, today with regards to that. I had knowledge through the OPP shared at one of my first meetings with Staff Sergeant Giselle Walker, who informed that at the provincial level as well as the federal level that the ministers were drafting letters. If they were to denounce their protest activity and leave, that they would honor a meeting at a later date.
Right. That's not a policing solution.
That is not a policing solution.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Superintendent.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, perhaps this is a good time for the morning break to give everyone a little time to stretch their legs, including Superintendent Bernier. Okay, so we're taking 15 minutes, and we'll come back at just after noon.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission levée pour 15 minutes.
wrong?
Sheldon, stop calling me. We're being a little bit communism.
Well, they were on the other side of the sidewalk. They went through the crowd and went on the other side and sat there. So they're gonna make. Is that mainstream? Yeah, they're trying to play hide and seek.
Oh, yeah. Oh, great day to fight communism.
Are we doing something wrong?
Sheldon, stop calling me. We're being a little bit too free.
Can we help you with something?
Under arrest happening.
We're doing your job, guys. You're doing your job. Thank you. Doing your job. Just following orders, we know. You're doing your job. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything, officer. Love you. Love everyone out there. Thank you. Love everyone.
Traitors to the nation!
We love everyone.
Bit ridiculous.
De voir le premier ministre ici en visite au Canada.
This is wrong. You know it's wrong in your heart. You guys are good people. You guys don't deserve this. We stand together. We love you. Don't do this. We're taking orders freely. You have no right to push us around.
The man who took my dad hostage in Bosnia, we're taking orders from the boss.
Do not follow these orders. Come on. They come from unholy
sources. We stand with you. You're not 13, 18, 31. You're a human being. You're a human being. We're human beings, brother. We stand with you, brother. You're not 14004. You're a human being. We stand with you and we love you. Jesus Christ. You're not numbers. You're not pawns. You are human beings. Come on, guys. None of you want to be here. Stand with us. We're in front of our table. We love you. You're not 12783. You're a human being. We love you. Don't do this. Stand with us. We all stand together. We will take our country back. This doesn't have to happen. A better place to live for your family, for your friends, for your other brothers.
Take your helmet off and come over here.
Come on, guys. Who's going to be the first one? Come on, just like us. We're human. We stand together. We love you. It is a lot warmer. Lots of hugs.
There's some pretty cool synchronicities on this side too.
Come on, you guys. We stand with you. You're not going to be 806. You're a human being, brother. We stand with you, brother. This easy, guys. This easy, guys. It is this easy. Stand with us. Please stand with us. We do this for the future. We do this for everyone. We love you.
We do. We take care of each other.
That's all we've ever done. We want to save the children. We're family. It's children. Come on, kids. You're getting hurt. Turn the other way. Turn the other way on children. You're not 13831. You're a human being, brother. You don't need to do this. You have emotion. We love you. Stand with us. You want to be on that side of the line? Fine. We're giving you the option. That's it. That's it. That's all. That's why I'm here. I'm here for children. We're all here for the children. We're here for the future. We are the children's voice. It's going to let them die. Everyone's been suffering. We can end the suffering. That's what we're here for. Save me, truckers. Save me. Stand with us. And you look in your eyes and you can't get away. You cannot turn that away. That's forever in my face. That is forever in here. There's a reason for it. We're spirits. We have souls. You have soul. You're a human being. We love you.
Just takes one. Take your helmet off.
You're all beautiful. You know
Just
that,
takes
right?
one. Stand with us, please.
Be on the right side of history, guys. It's a hard decision.
On them.
Come over here. We need you. Right now, we need you. You are the key. We need you. You are the key. You're the last step.
You won't have to carry the guilt your whole life.
You don't have to do this. This is for humanity. Stand with us. We care about you a lot.
If you know the government is lying, you have to stand with us.
Stand with us. You're not 12006. You're a human being, and we love you. Stand with us, brother. We're here with you. We do this for the future. 12006. You're not a number. You're a human being. They should have never put a number on you. You're not 12006. You're a human being. Yeah. we love you. You guys are all good people. We can tell it in your eyes.
What if we smile?
Stand with us.
Okay, everybody, let's just make funny faces. Who's good at making funny faces?
Come on, brother.
Maybe we'll, yeah, freak them out with that. I mean, it's all you got.
All we have is our faces. 'Cause
Yeah, and they try to remove it. They try to make love illegal.
They try to make dancing
If
illegal.
you can't hug or kiss, that's making love illegal. Right?
Take your helmet off and join us. We're here for peace.
We'll help you.
Here for peace.
I just want to
Take your helmet off and join us. Peace.
I can see your eyes smile.
You know what you're doing.
You looked at me. You looked away because you're like, oh no, it's watching me.
Love thy neighbor.
I see a smile.
Are you a mother? Do you have kids?
Oh, you're all
We're here for your
a
children.
little bit. I see your heart.
Are you a mother? You have children.
Your heart's pumping.
So do we. We love your kids. I don't care. You're probably a father that
I really care about you, man. I really care about you. I need you to realize that.
All right. If you're happy and you know it, show your face. If you're happy and you know it, show your face. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it. If you're happy and you know it, show your face. If you're happy and you know it, show your face. If you're happy and you know it, show your face. If you're happy and you know it, and you really want to show it. If you're happy and you know it, show your face.
Yes, sir.
We love you. Big hug. We are Canadian. We are the crazy Canucks.
Yes, we are.
Whenever they try to liberate a country, they send us in. We are the crazy Canucks.
Yeah, we're crazy.
Stand with us.
Come on, brother. Do it. Do it. Do it, son. Please.
Loving you.
Please, man. Come here. Leave in love after love. Inside your head, I really don't think you're strong enough, no. To believe in love after love, after love, after love, after you so big inside. I don't usually wear masks, but I'm don't think you're strong enough, no. You're still
Somebody give me a hug from that line. Somebody give me a hug, and I don't mean being arrested. I mean give me a genuine hug.
There's so much love here.
Right on, right here.
You've got to come over and help us, buddy. You're going to do the right thing. Because God wants you, and you know it. God will. You can't hide from
If
Him.
you start tapping your foot, I won't tap.
Jesus Christ is Lord over this.
Everybody start dancing.
Take a breath. I know you guys are believers. I know you guys are good people.
Because I know that dancing
See
is
the eyes. I'm a good judge in character. And I can see you are a good man. I'd probably hang out with you. We'd probably go play some pool together. And you, we'd probably go fishing together. And you, we'd probably go play basketball together.
Tonight on Piers Morgan Uncensored, one of the most fascinating and controversial polemicists on the planet. Dr. Jordan Peterson's books became overnight hits. Millions watch him online, and his tours pack theatres across the world. He's a clinical psychologist whose fans treat him more like a rock star. And tonight
that date. Is that right?
There were specific ones that you want to refer to that I don't know what you're referring to, COVID-19 mandate.
The COVID-19 vaccination mandate, to be clear.
What was the change or that they went into place?
That anyone in the OPS force that did not take the COVID-19 vaccine would no longer be able to serve in the force.
You're talking about the
February
internal
1st.
policies, not globally on that. You're talking about Ottawa Police.
Yep, that's correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And that as a result of the mandate coming into effect, that OPS lost around 200 members?
I don't have exact numbers on that.
Okay. Given the staffing and resource issues that have been identified by OPS, did OPS consider waiving the COVID-19 vaccination mandates and allowing unvaccinated OPS officers to return to work?
That would be outside my purview or responsibilities.
Okay. Can you confirm that prior to Superintendent Patterson's position as event commander between February the 6th and 10th, that he was working in the Intelligence Directorate?
That is accurate.
In your testimony, you mentioned that Superintendent Patterson told you on February 7th that he wanted to use public order units, also known as POUs, to clear the Rideau-Sussex intersection on February the 9th.
I'd have to refer to my notes specifically if you would, I could confirm if you'd like.
Is what you mentioned yesterday in your examination in chief.
So if once again, you're referring to a specific date that sounds right on or about that date. I would just want to, I would have it in my notes.
Okay. He did have a conversation with you
Yes.
around that time to use POUs. And that he wanted to clear out with POU action the Rideau and Sussex intersection in the same way that he used them on February 6th to effect arrest and seize fuels from protesters in Coventry. Is that right?
I wouldn't say that the conversation would be that in the same effect, they're two different operations, two different styles of operations.
That's right. But POUs were used on February 6th, were they not?
Where?
In Coventry.
That would be, on or about that day, I know that there was some operation not involved in my responsibilities, but I was aware that something of that nature happened at Coventry.
Okay. Inspector Baudin testified that the use of POU action at Coventry undermined the PLT's work of negotiation with the protesters. Do you agree?
I'm not privy to all the information of what PLT was doing at the time, what the arrangements were, what the integration was. It would be hard for me to have an opinion on that.
Would you agree, though, that POU action would undermine PLT work in negotiations?
They each have their role, and integrated properly and used appropriately, they should be working in unison, if that helps.
Okay. Superintendent Abrams testified that Superintendent Patterson spoke to him about wanting to use a snatch and grab method on protesters and mentioned that that is a method used by OPS and not OPP. Is that right?
Is this something that I was privy to? Because I'm not sure I heard the snatch and grab term used. Is there notes to this?
It would only be privy to you if you listened to Superintendent Abrams' testimony last week.
I did
If
not.
you didn't, then. But is it a method that OPS use?
So a term snatch and grab, under what context?
Meaning that police officers lined up on a horizontal line or in ranks in riot gear, and they snatch and grab a protester in order to place the protester behind the lines or behind the ranks to effect an arrest.
So the term snatch and grab is not a term that I am familiar with, but I do have extensive experience as a public order commander and in charge of our public order unit for 5 years, that there are arrest techniques that we use in a public order fashion that all public order units utilize across the province for effecting a lawful arrest on a public order line.
That's right. And do those arrest techniques involve the physical maneuvering of snatching or grabbing a person?
There are techniques that are going to be arrest techniques that are going to be used. And like I said, the snatch and grab is not something that is something that I'm familiar with.
Now, I want to ask you a few questions on the phased integrated approach, the February 17th plan that you discussed at length already in your examination in chief. Could I ask the commission to bring up document OPP 401852? And could we go to page 7, please? So here you'll see, Superintendent Bernier, the mission statement, and that it includes a reference to individual charter rights and freedoms. Is that correct?
Yes.
And yesterday you mentioned that the mission provides guiding principles and that respect for everyone's charter is what is with everything you do in operations, correct?
Correct.
And that in fact it is critical that everyone understands the mission and objectives and commander's intent, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that not all OPS members knew of the objectives of the February 17th plan?
I implemented a measure to mitigate that well in advance, where every officer who was deployed on the ground received a sticker that went into their notebooks prior to briefing that outlined exactly all this information with their authorities.
When you say well in advance, this plan is February the 17th.
Correct. So officers briefing, there was various officers that would be briefed during the various stages of the operation as early as the evening of the 17th and into the morning and so on and so forth, 24 hours a day, where there were briefing periods where any new officer coming in for a briefing would receive a sticker that would go into their notebook that outlined the mission statement, main action plan, and their authorities.
Inspector Lucas, who testified yesterday, who reported directly to you during the implementation of this plan. Sorry, that wasn't phrased properly. He reported to you directly, right? Inspector Lucas?
Inspector Lucas would have reported to me directly.
Okay.
With regards to the, as the incident commander in the NCRCC.
Right. And he testified that he only knew of the concept of operations, so not even the high level or the brass within OPS understood the plan and mission, despite your sticker.
Could you please repeat your question?
Well, yesterday, Inspector Lucas testified that he actually only knew of the concept of operations and not the objectives or the mission statement per se of the February 17th plan. And so, therefore, wouldn't you agree that not even the high level or the brass within OPS understood the plan and the mission insofar as the objectives?
I can't speak for Inspector Lucas, but I had an operations chief directly linked, feeding all the information as it was taking place within our operational level command, and fed Inspector Lucas with all the details of this plan. I even emailed out to every member of the Ottawa Police the mission statement and the main action plan on master distribution list, and kept everyone abreast of what was taking place through email.
Okay.
As far as the executive goes, the strategic commander involved, which is Deputy Chief Ferguson, involved all the way along and fully informing.
Okay, thank you. Could we scroll down to page 9 of the February 17th plan? And there you can see that the POU operational plan is a separate plan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Could I please call up OPP 401873? You agree that this POU tactical operations plan is a tactical operations plan for the integrated public order units responding to the protest in Ottawa, right?
Can you scroll down a bit, please? Some more? Some more, please. Again. Page 3, please. So from what I can see, this appears to be the plan. Without going into every single page to see, it is aligning with the plan that I would have approved.
Okay, thank you. And you agree that you were the overall event commander for this operation?
That is correct.
Who was
Oh,
the critical?
sorry, I should qualify. We were in unified command.
That's right.
So we are 3 unified commanders approving this plan and moving forward at this point. So
That's right, with Inspector
Inspector
Springer.
Springer, Superintendent Liu, and myself.
Yeah. And who was the critical incident commander assigned with the POUs on the ground?
There were multiple.
There wasn't one particular?
No, because of the magnitude of the event, we had to have the ability to manage multiple situations, critical incidents at the same time.
And who were the 3 reserve event commanders that you mentioned earlier?
So I would have to refer back to my notes if I could, but could I go back to my notes? Please, on the 18th, probably.
I'm going to continue with the questions for lack of time. But if you can
Fair enough.
remember a name off the top of your head, one of the names.
Well, Superintendent Mike Francis, at the time he was Superintendent Mike Francis, OPP.
Okay, thank you. I would like to take you down to paragraph 34, the mission statement. And there it states, to ensure the removal of protesters in the area of the blockades in relation to the Freedom Convoy 2022. This will be achieved by securing, isolating, and evacuating persons within the designated blockade zones to ensure the safe detention and arrests of any participants taken into custody, ensure public and police safety. This mission statement does not include a reference to respect for individual charter rights and freedoms, does it?
This is a sub-plan. Everyone still has to adhere to the overall plan. So regardless, any member still has to adhere to the overall mission statement that I've set.
That's right, but it is absent from this plan, and this plan would have been used to brief the tactical units. Is that not right?
This plan is inclusive of the other plan.
And was it used to brief the tactical units?
This plan, as well as my mission statement, which is no different than all the other officers, would have both the overall mission statement and the public order mission.
That's right, but this mission statement does miss the words utmost respect for charter rights and freedoms, correct?
It would be a duplication.
And then further down at paragraph 37, it states, takedown of each location to commence in phases as dictated by the critical incident commander. Takedown of each location in effect means takedown of the protesters, is that right?
Clearing the area,
Yeah.
as well as there's vehicles and rendering infrastructure safe. And any protester who refused to leave or caused an action that resulted in arrest would be detained.
And you refer to POUs being used for kinetic action during operations, is that right?
That is a term that is used.
Would you agree that the origins of the word kinetic action means warfare and use of lethal force?
I'm not aware of that.
Now, I want to ask you about the arrests. With regards to the arrest and processing plans in the POU tactical operational plans, there's nothing that states that after police arrested protesters and told them that they were not being charged, that the police were to drive the protesters outside of the city core in the dead of winter, the biggest snowstorm in a while, as you described today, without access to shelter or transportation and telecommunications, and leave them in parking lots or other areas, correct?
Not the way I would explain it.
Are you aware that that happened?
The plans that were put in place, which involved the ability to remove protesters who were arrested, detained to a secondary processing site. There were 2 that were identified. One was approximately less than 10 minutes away from the arrest zone. The other one was approximately 15 to 20 minutes away from the arrest zone. where there were a full infrastructure of investigators in order to properly process, run, allow phone calls to lawyers, and where they were advised exactly of the next steps of what was going to take place. They were located in close proximity to, and when I say close proximity, maybe 200 meters from public transit and even restaurants and gas stations, to be able to find their way back to where they need to go.
Well, we will most likely learn later in this commission that that is not exactly the case of the circumstances, Superintendent Bernier. Were you the one who authorized these movements?
I authorized the plan and the secondary processing site. At the end of the day, the unified command between Inspector Springer, myself, and Superintendent Liu, we would have to be in agreement, and it was the investigations branch that, along with our custody branch, that came up with that arrest and processing plan.
And you know who Tamara Leach and Chris Barber and Danny Bulford and Tom Marazzo are, don't you?
Yes?
And at no time did any of those 4 individuals not cooperate with the OPS?
Not to my knowledge. I have no direct involvement with them.
Superintendent Abrams testified that irrespective of the February 17th plan, that there remained integration issues between various police forces. Do you agree?
Could you repeat the question again, please?
That irrespective of the February 17th plan, that there remained communications and integration problems.
Following the 17th, I think the plan went as well as it could. In any operation comes with challenges. Operations of this size and magnitude and police services from across the province and in fact across the country all come with their own structures, their own
That's right. I'd actually like to
procedures.
pick up on that because I understand that you've gained the bronze and silver certification in major civil disorder management in the United Kingdom, and you've also trained with the RCMP and OPP. And you're just now mentioning that every force uses different structures. So is it true that every police force across the country uses different set of 10 codes?
That is a possibility, yes.
And there's also a different set of codes for major civil disorder management.
I don't know what you would be referring to there
Communication codes
with regards
and managing
to
a major incident.
There's only one set of 10 codes that we use to communicate on a radio.
I'm referring to your training in the United Kingdom.
Okay. I didn't have to use 10 codes in the United Kingdom.
A different set of codes are,
Terminology,
yes, for communicating.
they may have different terms that they use, but in the UK,
Okay. I note also that the February 17 plan does not include any reference to communications. Is that correct?
which plan are you referring to?
The February 17th overall master plan.
There is a communications plan.
Well, I put it to you that the only reference to communications is that at the stabilization phase, the first phase, that there would be a provision of integrated training and communications interoperability. Is that right?
So are we moving away from whether there was a communication plan? Because there is a communication plan. We can pull that up if you'd like.
Within the master plan?
It's an appendix plan.
You're talking about the command
No, a communication plan.
using agreed set codes?
There's a corporate communication as well as communication with what radio channels and radio system that we would use.
I'd like to move on to asking you some questions with regards to the POU Tactical Operational Plan. So I'd like to pull up OPP 401873. At paragraph 7, the rules of engagement decision matrix there superseded all other police forces' policies and SOPs. Is that right?
Correct.
Could we call up document OPS 3 zeros, 12550. I'll scroll down to page 2. It states that all police officers, including POUs, must have an up-to-date use of force qualification with the last 12 months. Is that correct?
Correct?
And Superintendent Abrams testified that a decision was made that this requirement would be suspended for the purpose of getting the boots on the ground on February 18th, and so that some officers would be beyond their qualification period of maybe over a year. Is that right?
That was under the decision of a chief of police or commissioner under the COVID situation.
But it did
where there
happen,
was
is
challenge.
that right?
There potentially were officers who would be given an exemption. And if they had an exemption, that would still qualify.
Next, it reads that every officer who draws their firearm in the presence of the public, use of any weapon or improvised weapon other than a firearm on another person, or use of physical force on a person that results in an injury to that person requires medical attention shall complete a use of force report. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know how many use of force reports were recorded after the tactical phase?
I don't have that. We would have to then find those records from follow-up from that, but the records were kept and use of force reports were filled in.
Did you not receive an email on February 20 that only 4 use of force reports were recorded and that a number of arrest sheets didn't indicate yes or no for use of force?
Would you be able to pull up that email? Because it doesn't seem to...
Not at this time, but I can assure you that it was sent to you on February 20th. I would like to call up document HRF 401559. In the far left, do you agree that the person in green is carrying what looks like a 5.56 millimeter caliber carbine rifle with 30-round magazine capacity?
Where is this picture taken from? Do you know, and do you know when?
It's taken February during the protests between the 18th and 20th.
Okay, what is your question? Which officer?
Just having a look at the person on the far left, identifying that it appears to be that they are carrying a 5.56 millimeter caliber carbine rifle with 30-round magazine.
It is definitely a rifle, and I would say yes.
Okay, next to him is a person in green carrying a 40 millimeter multi-launcher.
That appears to be it.
The person in blue is carrying a wooden dowel-styled baton.
That is correct.
And the person on the right in green looks to be carrying a .300 caliber carbine rifle with 30-round magazine capacity.
That appears right.
And would you agree that at first glance that these persons in green appear military-like?
I would not say that.
I'd now like to call up video HRF 401560. And I'm going to just warn that there's distressing images. And I'd like to pause at 0.29. All right, so do you agree that the OPS officer in this video in the back behind the ranks, the line, is using what is actually the muzzle and not the butt of what looks like a 40 millimeter chemical munition launched to beat a protester with?
Not enough for me to see what exactly is going on.
But you can see that there is a police officer in the back beating a protester with a rifle.
There is not enough for me to see what is actually happening behind
We continue playing
bodies.
the video, please.
Please. Dude, you guys are beating him. What the fuck? You can't do it.
Now, I just have 3 further questions, Mr. Commissioner, and thank you for the time. This is going back before the invocation of the act regarding the deal, and we're talking about February 14th. So you knew that the protesters, organizers had established base camps at farms outside of Ottawa that could accommodate a large number of trucks. Is that right?
So you said a lot very quickly, so
Sorry.
I'm trying to figure out what could you just...
So in February,
If you could speak a little slower, it's
That's right.
it's a bit like
bit too fast.
Yes.
In February, you were aware that there were base camps at farms outside of Ottawa that could accommodate a number of trucks.
At what point in February are you talking about?
Prior to the invocation of the act.
Yes, we were aware. So when I was involved, I was aware that there were multiple locations on the outskirts of Ottawa and actually a quite good distance from Ottawa as well.
And that on February 14th, approximately 100 trucks and protest vehicles left the downtown under the mayor's deal, and only 23 trucks moved up to Wellington, and then the remainder left Ottawa, right?
I actually have no records of vehicles leaving. The footprint did not change all that much. There was movement up onto the hill, onto Wellington. But from the information that I was receiving on would have been whichever day the movement would have taken place,
February 14th.
14th, there was very minimal departure of vehicles.
Right, but there was some, and this is my final question is but for the lack of the OPS cooperation in implementing that deal and obstruction of movement of vehicles out of the downtown residential areas at the rate that the truckers were actually moving and the vehicles moving outside on February 14th, most of the downtown, but for Wellington, would have been cleared by Wednesday, February 16th, correct?
We developed a quite robust, highly staffed with both our police liaison and our traffic unit and cleared egress routes that were going to be very well communicated with all the protesters as to if they wanted to leave for a 24-hour period, we had those routes clearly open and facilitating the departure of vehicles. They were not leaving.
Some of them did move, though. You did say that on February 14th. And had they had a bit more time, they would have fully cleared out the area. But for Wellington. Thank you. Thank you for your service, Superintendent Bernier. And thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for the additional time. I appreciate it.
Next is the Government of Canada.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Bernier. My name's Donnery Nygaard, and I'm counsel for Canada. I just have a few questions that I would like to ask you. First, starting with the time period in which you were moving into the integrated command with the OPP and the OPS, you are the OPS, sorry, and the RCMP, and developing the plan that was eventually implemented. Can you tell us a little bit about what the situation on the ground was at that time? As I understand from reading some of the Hendon reports, at that point in time, there was increased volatility in the process zone. Would you agree with that?
I agree, yes. That was the reports that I was getting.
and that the protesters were becoming more adversarial and confrontational with police,
They were.
and that there were violent elements within the crowd.
Yes.
And there was, as a result of all of this, increasing concern for the possibility of violence within the protest the longer it continued on. Is that correct?
That is obviously a possibility, yes.
And there was also some concern about firearms and other weapons within the crowd, correct?
That is something that was continually monitored, assessed, and leveraging our intelligence teams with various information or intelligence that was coming in, that there were possibilities of that.
And in fact, if I can have OPP 403427, please. This is the February 14th Hendon report. Did you see that?
On the 14th, I would have had an intelligence officer at my command table with the responsibility of reviewing and briefing the group on this information. So although I'm not reading it, I should be getting key information from it.
And if we can go to page 5, please. Just scroll down just a little, just right there is good. Just beyond the bolded section there, you can see there's a reference to represent potential volatile elements. They both espouse sovereign citizen ideals, and in the case of redacted, early information suggests he may have brought firearms. His interaction with police were notable when approached by redaction as to openly wearing a sheathed but sizable knife on his person. He rejected the idea of moving it. Were you aware of situations, of that situation in particular and other situations like that?
Yes.
Thank you. So at the end of the day, the plan that the integrated team developed worked, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was very successful in clearing what I believe you described as the largest and most complex police operation in Canada.
Yes.
And the success of that operation depended on a lot of different moving parts, but I'm just going to focus on a couple of them for a moment. One of them was the ability to shrink the footprint down from where it started, correct?
Smaller footprint would be easier to manage.
And in fact, in his testimony, Chief Superintendent Party indicated that at the original size, it probably would have taken 10,000 officers to execute the same kind of plan. Would you agree with that?
I don't know.
But it would have taken a lot more people if you hadn't been able to shrink the footprint down, correct?
It would have been a lot longer operation if we, and once again, it's not necessarily, it wasn't a speed thing. It was more safe, methodical, lawful, and ensuring that we took care of everything. So in other words, if areas such as Sir John A. Macdonald or Sir George Etienne had to be cleared as well, it would just take a lot longer to clear.
And even within the footprint, if there had been more people and more vehicles still there, that would have also taken you longer, correct?
Exactly.
And it would have been a more volatile situation.
Potentially, yes.
And that increases the risk of violence or riots or people getting hurt, correct?
I would agree.
And the other thing that this plan was dependent on was the ability to move the large trucks, which were parked all over the downtown core, correct?
Correct.
And that required heavy tow capacity.
Correct.
And going back to the shrinking footprint for a moment, you described the phases of your plan, and the first one I think you described as stabilizing, and that included consistent messaging to the protesters that now was the time to leave, correct?
That is correct.
And as part of that messaging, there were pamphlets that were being handed out to the protesters and news releases for printing in media so that everyone would be aware, correct?
Yes, as well as putting flyers on every vehicle.
And if we can have OPS 401378. This is the plan that has the February 15th date on the front cover. I know there's a number of iterations of the plans. One of my friends took you to this earlier. And if we can go to page 5, please. And scroll down to the bottom of the page. And yeah, that's good. You'll agree with me that the plan, in fact, reproduced the content of the messaging that was being given out to the protesters. You can see it there just after the start of it there, just after the bolding.
Correct.
And if we go on to the next page, there's a number of these items, and I'm going to go through a few of them, but that were powers that were provided to the police services under the Federal Emergency Act and the regulations associated with it, correct?
That is correct.
And even the powers that were given to you under the provincial legislation, such as the ability to suspend certificates, that required the towing of the vehicle first, correct?
Correct.
So you had to be able to tow before you could do that suspension.
I'm not 100% sure on that. I don't know if there was abilities that if you're able to identify a driver within that it could be done retroactively. I just want to make sure that I'm not fully clear if it required the tow of it first.
Well, perhaps we can refresh your memory. If we can bring up OPS 401181.
Thank you, if you can, because there's
Yeah, this is a flow chart that
there's a lot of information on this.
understandable. Oh, I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong number. It is 3011801. And this is an OPP flow chart that was produced for the suspension. And you can see, if you go down to the third box, it's remove vehicle from the highway. And then after that is the administrative action, correct?
If I can just take a minute to read through
absolutely.
it. So I think this was somewhat of a flow chart to give instructions with the fact that we were doing the towing and that they're not, we weren't necessarily doing intervention action prior. This was part of our phased actions on portion, and just so that there was clear instructions of what was happening with the vehicles. And as part of the end part was that process that was going to take place. And once again, I'm not 100% sure if there was not the ability to do something with the CVOR, whether we towed it or not. But in this particular case, part of we were towing all the
You were, and you're just not sure.
Correct. I
Fair
have
enough.
to do a little bit more.
Fair enough. Well, we won't. I could take you to one more place, but we'll move on. If we can go back to the previous document, OPS 301378. And back to page 6, please. So just going through some more of these bullet points, one of the things that was pointed out was the ability to have personal bank accounts subject to examination and restriction. That was a power that was provided under the federal EA, correct?
Yes.
And then the next one about bringing minors to protests, that was also an EA power. And that was something that if children could be removed from the scene would make enforcement safer, correct?
It would hopefully discourage people to bring their children to this protest, yes.
And the other thing, just the second last bullet that I want to highlight there is persons traveling to the unlawful protest site could be charged. And that helps to shrink the footprint in that it stops more people from arriving. Well, I guess it helps to stop the footprint from increasing because people are not continuing to arrive, correct?
That would be the intended effect.
And you had some discussion with my friend earlier about, and you confirmed that you had used the Federal Emergencies Act powers in order to prepare, to put in place a secured area in the downtown core, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, that is reflected in your plan further on down that page, in the second paragraph under situation, correct? And that was already in place, I take it, from the use of the has established as of February 15th, it was already in place?
No, it has not. It was not.
When did it go, when was it put in place?
So we placed a soft, secure area in the evening of the 17th, and then it went in full operation at midnight from the 17th into the 18th.
So, and I understand there was a news release that was put out announcing the secured area. I think that went out at 4:40 on the 17th, is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
And that announced that a secured area was being put in place under the Federal Emergencies Act, correct?
Correct. There are a lot of people, community members who live in that area who've been affected. We want to minimize the amount of impact and restriction that they would have had in their own community.
And prior to that time, you didn't have an exclusion zone in that area, correct?
There nothing under used under common law or any other form of how would you say it, authority to shut down an area.
So sorry, I just want to make sure I'm understanding your answer. Are you saying there wasn't anything that would have allowed you to do that, or you didn't use anything?
There were, if we needed to apply under common law, we could have, but it was nothing that we actually utilized because we didn't go into a police operation and maintaining public safety and restricting access to an area under the common law authority. So that there was nothing in place until the 17th into the 18th at midnight.
And how long did you have that secure area in place?
So the secure area, as the operation progressed and was met with success, we shrunk that area gradually over the days, and we maintained a very shrunken small footprint of restriction, secure area to the Wellington area until the Emergencies Act was lifted.
And you spoke about the common law ability to have an exclusion zone, and you also spoke earlier about how the Emergencies Act made it very clear what you were allowed to do, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And that's because the common law authority for exclusion zones lacks a certain amount of clarity. Would you agree with that?
I don't necessarily say it lacks clarity. It just comes down to the articulation of why and what you are doing and for how long. So the ancillary powers that exist, needs to be certain things that exist and needs to stop as soon as that does no longer exist. And I think I mentioned sometimes may be hard to understand or to explain to the various groups whether our own officers, the community, or protesters.
Right. So, and that's what I meant by it lacks a certain amount of clarity.
Yes.
And you can never know for sure, in fact, whether your use of an exclusion zone will hold up in court until after the fact.
Correct.
under the common law.
Correct.
And so you kept it in place until the 23rd when the Emergencies Act was revoked, but you weren't conducting active police operations after, I think you said the 20th, is that correct? Or the
So there was a heavy police presence still. There was still police operation going, but not necessarily that action on phase. So as of the 18th, 19th, and 20th, into the 21st, it was more of a security posture that we held. So from that point till the lifting of the Emergencies Act, which we'd shrunk down to the area just surrounding Parliament Hill, that's the area that was maintained.
Okay. So I'd like to move to the issue of tow trucks for a moment. You said in your earlier testimony that the OPP arranged for the heavy tow trucks, correct?
So as part of the integrated group, one of the first things we did was ensure that, and through Inspector Dave Springer and Kirk Richardson from the OPP, who has a wealth of knowledge in that world, we focused at least a team working on that because that was a shortfall. That was a challenge that we were facing all the way through. And it was a big challenge because it was a big job to do. And we were having different challenges with tow companies not wanting to be engaged on this. However, through Kirk Richardson's work and from across the province, we had success quite quickly with that.
And you mentioned that there were 34 tow trucks that were found and were available for your use, correct?
Correct.
And you received that information from Mr. Richardson, I assume?
Yes, and Dave Springer.
And that was around February 12th and 13th, correct?
Around that time, yes.
And I assume from your testimony that you then weren't later informed that many of those fell through and that in fact Mr. Richardson was not able to obtain the services of any tow truck companies without the use of the Emergencies Act?
I was not informed of that.
If we can bring up, please, PBNSC CAN 407378. And if we could just start on page 4, please. So were you aware that the powers provided under the Emergencies Act regarding compelling tow trucks was delegated from the Commissioner of the RCMP to the Commissioner of the OPP?
I was not.
Okay. And then if we can go to page 5. So you've obviously not seen this before, so I'm going to give you a chance to have a look at it.
Okay, I was not aware of that.
But you would agree with me, having seen this now, that in fact, the Emergencies Act was used to compel tow trucks?
I don't know what the process, I understand that there was a process that needed to be actually utilized with, I know that the tow trucks were working with our legal services and our financial services for contracts and that type of thing.
But you weren't, is it fair to say that after the 12th or 13th, you left the tow truck details to other people?
Correct, but reporting back on the 13th that we had as I was told, and if this is inaccurate, I ended up seeing tow trucks arrive at the Leakin station in the back parking lot with our OPS cresting and everything on. So I was not informed differently, and Inspector Springer from the OPP had not informed me about any of this. So I don't know if he was aware of what was going on.
But you just weren't informed of any of it?
Correct.
But you don't
This
agree
is new.
that it
This is
occurred?
new to me.
Yes, fair enough. And just your comment on the OPS branding on the tow trucks, that was because of the driver's concerns about anonymity, correct?
That's correct.
And that's because they were concerned both about threats that they had received and their business reputation as well, if they were seen to be cooperating in these actions. Is that correct?
Concern if that could happen, yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Okay, well, not sure I want to waste 3 minutes, but maybe I'll
Commissioner, I have 20 minutes, I believe. I'm wondering, it's Ann Tardif, pardon me, for the record, for the City of Ottawa. You're looking at me because I think I'm nuts. I'm not sure it'll make much sense to do 2 minutes and then 18.
okay.
But I'm
well,
in your hand as to whether you want me to start now or wait after the lunch.
okay, I'll be magnanimous today. We'll have an hour and 3 minutes for lunch and come back at 2 o'clock.
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure.
They're pushing us, guys.
Come Oh, je vais m'en sortir.
Down on your knees. Stop! You're hurting them.
Hey, there's nobody in here. There's nobody in there. There's nobody in there.
Do not touch her. Give her a moment. Give her a chance.
We don't have any weapons. We don't need those. We're unarmed. Hold it on. Hold it on. What you've done. There's somebody dying.
I'm trying! For fuck's sake! Stop touching me! Oh my god! Oh my god! How small! No!
Someone injured here.
Yes!
We called you for that.
Stop it! Get off of her!
What did you guys do to her? Okay.
Stay away from me!
Stay away from her. Don't you fucking touch her, you fuck. Don't you touch her. Get the fuck out of there. Don't you fucking touch her.
They just pushed me out!
I didn't fucking touch her.
Please let her be. Give her a moment. They pushed me. The cops pushed me.
You guys are so much
The
fun.
cops are pushing us all over the place like we're trying to cooperate. It's
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. You guys proud of yourselves? Don't cry. Don't cry.
I'm not crying, I'm mad.
Don't even be mad. It's all going to be okay. Don't worry about it. I'm not moving. Lonnie, over here.
It's not safe to move. If you try, someone's gonna push you down. Hey, Siri.
I'm not moving. I belong here. I belong here. I can't move. There's people behind me. How can I move? There's no
Get off of
I am here peacefully. I am here peacefully. You know what? The whole world's watching you guys. This is your last time.
Miriam, that's me. I love you.
Just sit down and relax. I'm not moving.
They're crushing people.
Nope. It's gonna be all right.
Yeah.
C'est pas un droit de protection. C'est question. Allô? Watch your camera. They're gonna slam you down on your stomach. You're gonna break it.
Yeah, I'll just file suit. They can replace it. I live here. I'm a citizen here.
What are you guys doing to him? He's just sitting there. Relax. Relax. You have no right to hit him. You have no right. No right whatsoever. We are peaceful protesters.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
The guy will.
Baby, I'm not safe.
The guy will
Stay on the
arrest
phone.
us. You don't do any resistance, all right? We're not. We're not.
They're
We're just
pushing
sitting.
us on the
You
ground.
don't sitting. Yeah, but
They're
if he
crushing
take
people.
you, don't resist him. No. Just walk
Here,
with
the
them.
numbers
I
are
will.
13,
All right.
808, 11, 55, 3, 12, 78, 3.
Hi, everyone. We are getting this one. All the muscles popped, all right? Don't resist. Just walk with them.
Trying to get out of the way because they need a medic, and I just got pushed into this.
I know.
They're slamming people to the ground. Like, I don't know what to do.
If we start with cheese,
Someone's injured, we're just trying to get a medic.
you have no choice because that is legal. 59 and 16. I just want to protect you because
I'm here. I'm in Ottawa.
what crime are we committing? 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 Sit down, sit down. Sit down. Sit down. We're not moving. This is a peaceful protest and it always will be. What crime am I committing? Tell me, guys.
I need you to call 911.
You guys don't, you blocked up your badge.
Don't do nothing. All the cops are with them. All the cops is with them. You call 911. That's you have no issue with them. I would go with you to. I would be arrested with you, but I just that you stay in peace all the time and not scared.
Sit down right here. Sit down. We got you, buddy.
I'm here with my people.
That's
I'm
right.
not violent.
That's right.
My only power is my voice. I'm right here.
That's right.
You want to arrest me? You want to shoot me? Do it.
Do it.
I
Do it.
don't resist
I have
your
no more
arrest.
fear.
I don't
have
resist
no
your
fear
shooting.
whatsoever. You
I'm
guys can
right
do whatever
here.
you want. There is no more fear, guys. What are you gonna do? What's the worst that you guys could do? What's the worst?
It has
Do
been
it
a long
then.
time since we have
Do it.
already given up
I made my
everything.
peace. I made my peace.
That's it.
I made my peace. Have you guys? Have you guys made your peace with your Savior? There you go. Talk to them in a native language. Talk to
I told everyone here our peace and no one did nothing wrong. And it's illegal.
This is all illegal. This is all illegal.
Yeah,
It is
it
shown.
This is,
very
trust
much.
me, they will
It's arbitrary detainment and it is against the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Yes.
Arbitrary detainment, guys, is what is happening to us. It goes against the Charter